I think what I like Clem got one there.
Jane, ready to start? Excellent.
Hi, yeah. For those that are in person, if we have a quorum ready, why don't you guys lead the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yeah.
Should we wait for time?
Oh, Tyler, go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Great. So for those in person, are we good to go?
Yeah, Tyler just stepped out for a minute, but I think he went to the bathroom, so.
Okay. Would you like us to hold for roll call?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, sounds good.
That's I think I'm hearing it also. Keep my path small.
Okay, great. I just saw him walk in. All right, so good evening, everyone. Welcome to a regular meeting of the Silverton Board of Trustees. It's November 14th, 2022, and the time is 7:02 p.m. And I call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Greenberg.
Here.
Trustee Harper.
Here.
Trustee Bierman.
Here.
Trustee George.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Marnie.
Here.
Mayor Furman.
Here.
All trustees are in attendance today.
All right, thank you very much. So do we have any staff or board revisions to tonight's agenda?
We do not have any staff revisions.
Great. Any board revisions? All right, sounds like no. So at this time, we'll go ahead and open up public comment. We'll start with in-person comment and then move to Zoom comment. For in-person comment, please approach the podium, sign in, introduce yourself, and then you'll have 3 minutes to have the floor. For those on Zoom, please click the raise hand button and we'll queue you up to speak once the in-person comment's complete. And if someone in the room would be able to facilitate the in-person, that would be wonderful.
I don't know where my timer is on this. Okay.
I can keep the timer if someone else can just facilitate.
Sure thing. I think Dana and I got it figured out.
Okay, great.
Like to begin?
Hi, I'm Pete Meisel. I'm just here tonight to support Silverton Ski Jordan. We remember when we brought this from Durango Ski Jordan, made it into, because it was dying, and we made it into Silverton Ski Jordan clear back in 2008. I think it's an important event. I know it was super hard back then to raise money. I'm sure for Karen, it's even harder. So really appreciate any help that the town can give and make sure this event doesn't die. It's a huge revenue. I think it brings in a huge revenue in the middle of the winter when we need it. And you know, it's like I said, I don't want to see it die. I want to see it prosper. So, you have any questions for me? Thank you.
I'm Jackie Kerwin. I'm here tonight to, I'd like to make a comment on the part of the meeting about the wetlands. I would like to ask the Board of Trustees if they would consider putting a moratorium on building in the wetland districts until you have had time to review the town code, revise it. The fact that in the master plan, it was said that that one of the things the town would like to see and the community was that our ecosystems be protected and that our town take care of itself environmentally. And so I just want to ask if you would please place a moratorium on this until further action can be held. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
My name is Steph Etchenhire, and I'm also here about the wetlands. Block 58, lots 22 through 24. This area is most definitely a wetlands. It consists of rich, moist soils, willows, aquatic plants, and grasses. There's an iron seep where water is coming out of the hillside on the road leading to Sandy's house. This is a sanctuary for a wide variety of wildlife: deer, moose, fox, various rodents, maybe an occasional lynx. The Corps of Engineers at one time said that this was a wetlands that came under their jurisdiction, that the widening of Snowden Street to 100 feet was unacceptable, and it was stopped. Only the width that is there now was allowed. The Corps has now essentially changed their mind and said it's not a wetlands within their jurisdiction. The truth of the matter is that the Corps of Engineers is giving this wetlands the short end of the stick. They're shorthanded, they're short-funded, and they don't have the time or the manpower to deal with small wetlands. They just don't want to deal with this. The Corps was willing to pay attention to this wetlands at a time 20 years ago. And right now, when at that time, they would either let you build, and if you did build and destroyed wetlands, you had to replace it with another wetland somewhere else. So it's up to the town of Silverton to protect its own wetlands. Apparently, there's very little on the town books protecting wetlands or even open space. One of the main goals of the people of Silverton when the present master plan was being worked on was to steward and protect the environmental and natural assets that we love and rely on. I find it almost hypocritical to spend all this time on a master plan that emphasizes protection of our environment and turn around and give the go-ahead to the wholesale destructions of wetlands on the hill. This is small wetlands full of biodiversity. It's not just a block of lots on a map. There will not only be the destructive effects of putting in a 30-foot wide street through the wetlands, but the effects of driveways and building footprints. And what are the long-term effects? Will it dry up the wetlands? Do you divert water away from wetlands? Will the wildlife disappear? Why is the town so gung-ho on development instead of protecting the natural resources and at least some of the open space within its limits? A project of this size on federal lands would probably require a limited environmental impact statement. Nothing like that has been considered. Recommendations from the Planning Commission are only a recommendation. You can still make your own recommendations on this yourselves. You don't have to follow what the Planning Commission says. It's only a recommendation. I know your town attorney is worried about this being a takings, taking the right of someone to do with their land as they please. I think that as long as a person still has some beneficial use of their land and that it's not a complete takings requiring, it's not a complete takings that requires a form of compensation. The owners can still camp on their land and you haven't taken away their right to use their land. I might be wrong on that, but of course I'm not an attorney. And there's nothing right now in the town books prohibiting development on a wetland. It's the time for the town of Silverton to protect its natural assets, its environment, its wetlands. That's one of the main reasons we live here. Weigh the scale. Wetlands or a house that's
I
occupied 2 weeks
apologize
out
for
of the year.
interrupting, but we're
That's more
time's up.
important. I vote for the wetlands. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm accompanied by my grandson, Andrew DeWitt, to speak on the wetlands. My name is Sandy Camposano. I'm a fourth-generation Silvertonian, and I care deeply about this community. Our home is at 746 Snowden, and tonight I'm here as an advocate for my neighbors, the wetlands. The town code is dated and vague about protecting wetlands, To that point, I understand that the code is under review and being rewritten to bring it into modern times. I believe the citizens deserve this effort. The newly adopted master plan calls for this under priorities. It also calls for us to steward and protect the environment, including the natural assets we love. For the record, the San Juan County Code does protect all the wetlands. The wetlands provide a harmonious community for wildlife. We see moose, elk, deer, red fox, and a host of birds species. It's a corridor for wildlife. If destroyed, we may no longer see moose and other wildlife in town. On September 26th, the Board of Trustees approved the master plan. Less than an hour later, the trustees approved a road, a plan to destroy the wetlands. Once gone, the wetlands cannot be restored. This has been confirmed by numerous wetland experts who are also Silverton residents. Just because they are no longer jurisdictional wetlands does not mean they are no longer wetlands. Development is alive and well in Silverton. I'm not anti-development. I'm for pro-responsible development. I just want our town trustees to follow their newly approved master plan and not destroy the wetlands. I'm humbly requesting a temporary moratorium on all proposed projects that involve any wetlands in the Silverton town limits until the new master plan and the new town code can be implemented. Once destroyed, we cannot put wetlands back together again. At the very least, we should do an environmental impact study to determine what destroying the wetlands will mean for Silverton's watershed and how it will impact property owners in town. Due diligence is what is called for here. For the citizens of Silverton, for now and for future generations, please save the wetlands. It will require leadership to do the right thing. The board and the town and the Board of Trustees spent thousands of dollars, 75 meetings, and countless hours crafting a master plan. That shows great promise for Silverton to move forward, an opportunity like none I can recall. Do we mean what we say with the master plan or not? This is your choice. Thank you for your consideration.
Has everyone else on this board spoken? I see Jackie and. Cool. Great.
My name is Julian Roberts. I was born and raised in Silverton, Colorado. I am actually here just to present a couple of facts around the situation at large. The first being that Colorado has its makeup is only 2% wetland or riparian ecology. Inside of that, 75% of our natural wildlife and flora and fauna can be found in wetland habitats or riparian habitats. So even though this is a small section, it hosts a large demographic of our own natural resources, whether they can be considered moose, elk, or other endangered species. I don't know if there are endangered species or protected species inside of these probable fen and or wild or wetland habitat, but it's something worth looking into. Secondly, the master plan's goal, the town of Silverton master plan's goal for planning goal, quote unquote, plan for responsible growth and development that contribute to our community and sense of place. Strategy B has several action items Number one, prioritize and clearly define environmental and wildlife habitat protection as a part of the land use development code. Number two, create and include information about environmental concerns within property/construction code packet and checklist discussed in strategy A, section 4. And number three, factor in air and water quality control measures into the building design for new and redeveloped projects. I think all of those are very clearly stated, and this is a project that we should take the initiative to begin following master plan. The other master plan goal, steward and protect the environment and natural assets we love and rely on. Strategy B, action items state, 1, using assessment findings to bring together key partners, BLM, U.S. Forest Service, town, county advocacy groups, private landowners, recreation businesses, etc., to develop a plan to guide collaboration on management and conservation efforts. EPA, see the EPA Planning Assistance Program. 3, determine and fill the need for staff/town or county contractors to provide capacity and management for these environmentally protected, or what we should be environmentally, are not what should be considered our natural assets that we love and rely on. And number 4, create systems for ongoing planning, monitoring, and management. That is our master plan. Moving away from our master plan, there are also several alternatives, or at least one alternative for this project. Would be a little bit more not cost beneficial. But there are roads that could be brought in from Bluff Street to provide access to the same thing without having the impact 50 or 100 feet away from our natural wetlands. The space held in between those two wetlands, no longer protected by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, are still considered wetlands by many different definitions. Whether you look at like Colorado riparian websites, you look at Wisconsin.
Hi, Julian. I apologize for interrupting, but we're out of time. So
That's
if you
fine.
could wrap up, that would be great.
The last thing I would like to say is the CPW does also have a program to purchase wetlands. And I think that's something we maybe should look into.
Good evening. My name is Ian. Just let me spell this right. I don't want to spell it. Tanner. Thank you to the board members that showed up tonight to do your job very much. I am here to reiterate the comments about preserving our wetlands. This specific area is only bringing to light an issue that I didn't know about, that it's not even in our law currently. For some reason, I don't know what the logistics were, but there's no protections on our wetlands. And I'm sure you've done research about wetlands, but they are extremely important to us and to the rest of the world. Not to mention, not only with carbon and other things that have to do with climate change, but water and down the line. And I think it is not unreasonable to set a moratorium until we have established laws before we just let someone do what they will. They may not do anything. They may actually destroy a piece of that. And the Army Corps of Engineers flip-flopping on their opinion of it, I think is very telling that it is and it wasn't, and now it wasn't, now it is. And I think that's confusing. I think we should treat it as such until we can decide, make a law, and then move forward from there. I think it would be not only irresponsible, but also just blatant negligence to not set a moratorium and move forward once we have an established law. And I think patience always wins. There's no reason to rush this. And I hope we make the right decision.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jake Kurzweil and I'm a resident here in Silverton. I live in between 9th and 10th Street on Reese. And I'm here on my own behalf, but I'm also here at the request of many citizens to provide insight and consult to the trustees. So why might that be a request? I have a PhD in hydrologic science and engineering from the Colorado School of Mines. I'm the hydrologist and associate director of water programs at the Mountain Studies Institute, and I'm a professor at Fort Lewis in environment and sustainability. Through my own personal research as a published scientist with an expertise in ecohydrology and wetlands, as well as collaborating with many people here in the San Juans, Greater Colorado, Oregon, and California, it is my opinion that protecting wetlands as much as we can is a very important thing to do. And I want to highlight 3 reasons why. The first is that wetlands actually serve as a keystone habitat. Now, what that means is that they support larger amounts of biodiversity compared to other habitats. And if you have negative impacts to that habitat, it could actually impact the surrounding systems. So some really good examples of this, some folks have brought this up: increased biodiversity, carbon sequestration. If we look at carbon sequestration specifically, wetlands comprise roughly about 3% of terrestrial landmass. If we compare that to forests, wetlands store double the amount of carbon that is stored in those forests. So that's an immense amount. And the third thing with them being a keystone habitat is we've actually seen 90% of wetlands be removed from the continental US since 1900. So we've seen this ecosystem largely disappear and almost be eradicated. Specifically in Silverton, this actually all used to be a wetland. The second thing is it provides immense amount of ecosystem services. We've highlighted habitat, carbon, but I'd also like to bring up the fact that it can actually reduce flash flooding. It can actually provide water when we're in periods of drought. And again, provide immense amounts of habitat, which brings me to my last point, which is that wetlands are economically viable for Silverton. They provide economic integrity. People come to this town to see our natural beauty, our wildlife. These are the areas that provide disproportionately higher amounts of wildlife. With a possible decrease in federal protections for our wetlands, Silverton has a unique opportunity to provide protections. As a heavily mineralized watershed and headwaters for many downstream users, wetlands can actually also mitigate metal loadings and provide increased water quality. And we have a great opportunity. I would like to extend my services to the Board of Trustees pro bono. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to provide answers outside of this forum. Thank you for your time.
Any more in-person comments? Okay, we can move to our online comments. Whitney, we're promoting you to panelist.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, well, thank you for hearing me. I am commenting about rezoning here in my neighborhood. I live at 504 Reese, and I have some questions and concerns about Block 85, which is directly adjacent to my property. I think that overall, I'm really wanting to express support for having more housing and residential opportunities. But I also want to just speak up a little bit for my neighborhood and say that I think there's already a really great and existing neighborhood here at the end of Reed Street, and it's mostly year-round residents who are very invested in Silverton and being here year-round and long-term. And so with Block 85 being potentially rezoned as business pedestrian, I would just ask that the trustees consider developing that property in a way that's in the keeping of a neighborhood that has a high quality of life like we experience right now. My main concerns are traffic and parking. Will it make our street busier, more safe or unsafe for kids and families? And then also just asking what would be the character or nature of the development of the businesses there? Would it be a chain store that might potentially erode our quality of our neighborhood, or would it be something different that could increase the value of our neighborhood? I don't really know the answers to these questions, but I just guess I want to put a plug in for the fact that this is already a really thriving neighborhood, and I think it's great to provide more housing opportunities down here, but that one section that is up for rezoning as business pedestrian, just what would that overall impact be for us that already live down here and the future homeowners of all the other residential lots that will be developed? Thank you.
And Beth, we're coming to you next.
Good evening, everyone. Dear Mayor and Town of Silverton trustees. My name is Beth Kramer, and I am coming to you today as a resident of Silverton and adjacent property owner to the proposed single-family build on Snowden Street between 7th and 8th, which I am in full support of. Let me start by saying I'm not against wetlands. They are an important part of our ecosystem. Instead, I want to highlight that the issue at hand is not wetlands versus single-family build, but rather those attempting to restrict our town's codes and procedures from those that are following them to develop their own property. After reviewing the property owner's application, they've met the requirements and done due diligence during their development plan. This project is in compliance with the town law and watershed articles for procedures and development. For those who don't believe or are hearing from others that the town does not have a watershed protection article, this can be found on the Town of Silverton's website underneath Municipal Code, Chapter 13, Article 2. As such, there does not exist a legitimate reason to deny this application. There has been a number of mentions tonight about the recent Town of Silverton Master Plan, which is, and I quote, a standalone document that promotes the community's values, goals, and objectives, establish a process for responsible growth and development, addresses current and future needs, and provides a balance between natural and built environment. Unfortunately, all that spoke previously have missed the largest theme that resides in it, housing development. In 2 of the 5 identified strategies, both housing and responsible land use, growth, and development, a conceptual illustration is found that incorporates opportunities for future land use and zoning, infrastructure improvements, parks, open spaces, and more. In both illustrations, the area in question within this project has been identified for future housing development by the community. And a quick fast fact, the word housing or house shows up 275 times in this document, whereas other words, for example, wetlands, only shows up 5 times. To further continue the topic of housing development, opposing this project would create unprecedented obstacles for future development that would otherwise support our critical housing need. In one of my roles, I support affordable housing and have seen that one of the challenges across Colorado is the agreement for more housing, but just not in my backyard. If obstacles are created for housing development, we can expect that our housing prices will continue to increase and our locals and workforce will be forced to leave. In summary, let me again show my support to this project. I ask that as elected officials, you review this project within the facts and follow guidance of those qualified to review these procedures, such as the U.S. Army Corps, Town Planning Department, and Town Public Works Department, and approve the single-family development project. To impose an application that follows all procedures and meets requirements would set a dangerous precedent and further delay housing development, which can alleviate the need we currently have. Thank you.
And Sarah, you're being promoted next.
Oh, did she disappear? Oh, there she is. And Sarah, if you unmute yourself, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you. My name is Sarah Birch. I'm the Animas River Keeper with San Juan Citizens Alliance. I'm speaking as a citizen of the Animas River watershed. I live in Durango, which is downstream of Silverton. And as a resident of Durango, I frequently recreate in the high alpine environments that Silverton has to offer. I'm drawn to the peaks, flora, and wetlands that are unique to this region of the headwaters of the Animas. I'm also trying to promote more conversations about thinking about our areas as connected by water, since we are all connected by water. And tonight I'm urging the Silverton Board of Trustees to put a temporary moratorium on proposed construction within a wetland until the Compass Master Plan goals can be implemented. This has already been talked about, but I just want to key in on the fact that wetlands are keystone ecosystems, and they're critical to their survival of many species throughout the San Juan Mountains as a whole. They provide services to humans living nearby. They're arguably the most important ecosystem to protect in this region of the Animas River watershed. Wetlands act as natural systems and are able to remove some heavy metals from waters that eventually flow downstream. They also provide a degree of water storage and can potentially buffer nearby houses and businesses from flooding as they store runoff from snowmelt. Not only that, but wetlands are considered the most biodiverse ecosystem on the planet, and studies show that 80% of Colorado species depend on wetlands at some point throughout their lifetime. I think what's especially critical is the precedent that this may be set with the decision to develop within the town of Silverton. If further degradation is prioritized over protection and remediation on a watershed scale, we may see a decrease in the attractiveness of our communities for visitors, livability for its citizens, and biodiversity of our ecosystems. I hope the Board of Trustees will consider the loss of wetlands as a significant risk to the wildlife, water quality, and general quality of life for citizens both in Silverton and throughout the Animas River watershed. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
All right, if we have any more online comment, if you could raise your hand. All right, Shane, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Great. We will now close the public comment, seeing there's no more requested in-person or online comments.
Sorry, I can't wait. I do have Oh, sorry, Shane, we have one more.
Never mind. All right, I retract that. We'll continue our in-person public comment.
Just real quick, I just wanted to say a few things. Do we as a community and our governing body want to set a precedent?
Sorry to interrupt. If you could please just introduce yourself.
My name is Elizabeth Zeff. I've lived here for a few years. Do we as a community and with our governing body want to set a precedence for responsible development, ethical development, and environmentally minded development? Do we want to forsake the health of our environmental assets? Does this governing body not wish to protect its environmental assets as the master plan states? A document that was developed in collaboration with the town's governing body and community members over the course of more than a year. We ask that the town put in place a moratorium on development of the watershed area until and unless an environmental impact study can be properly conducted. Please choose to set a precedence to develop this space ethically and conscientiously. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other in-person public comment? Okay, great. So we'll now close the public comment period. I have 2 procedural questions for Clayton that I just want to ask very quickly. Most of these public comments related to an agenda item later in the meeting. Is that agenda item a public hearing?
It is.
Okay, great. And then the next question is, can we consider these comments as being part of that public hearing rather than asking everyone to comment again during the public hearing?
Yeah, I think because it's not technically during the public hearing. But the hearing was noticed as a public hearing, and these comments are obviously meant to be taken into consideration on that topic. So I would just, when we start the public hearing, I would just acknowledge for the record that the BOT is considering all the public comments, so that you don't what the comments are. There's no reason to go through them again. And I don't think that there's any procedural harm in allowing the public comments to be part of that public hearing.
Fantastic. Okay, and for everyone who's listening, both in person and on Zoom, we'll have another public comment period relating to the agenda item relating to wetlands. And if any further comments would, if you'd like to make any further comments, you'll be able to at that point in time. But as Clayton just suggested, we'll also refer back to the public comments already made so that they're considered as part of that public hearing officially. And with that, we'll now move on to the first item on our agenda, which is 3A, presentations and proclamations, which is the BLM RNPP update from Megan Mast.
Hi, good evening. My name is Megan Mast. For those that don't know me, I'm an outdoor recreation planner for the BLM Gunnison Field Office, but I'm based here in Silverton. I also have Lisa Merrill here with me tonight. I was asked to give a brief update on the Kendall Mountain RNPP conveyance. Currently, we are working on an environmental assessment as required by the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA. Last week, I met with BLM specialists to review the draft EA and discuss what items are needed before we can make a final decision and move on to the next steps in the process. More specifically, we are needing a letter of concurrence from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. But due to staffing shortages, we don't expect a response until early next year. We're also working on an environmental site assessment, an ESA, which will be completed by our environmental professional. Once that document is completed, it's only good for about 180 days, 6 months. If the conveyance is not completed by then, it'll have to be redone. I know the question on everyone's mind is, when will this process be completed? All I can tell you is that we're working through our process as required. Once the EA is done and the decision is made, the conveyance package will be sent to the BLM Colorado State Office for completion and issuance of the patent. I hope this update clarifies kind of where we're at in the process, but I'll go ahead and let Lisa give you a little history and update on some site cleanup that's been going on in the RMPP lease area.
Nothing came out. I'm Lisa Merrill with the Abandoned Mine Land Program, Gunnison Field Office, based here in Silverton. The AML program was created in the early 1990s to address legacy, mine, and dumping issues common across the West on BLM lands. Issues such as dangerous mine openings that we call adits, shafts, discharging adits, migrating metals, landfills, dumping areas, and shooting ranges. 3 specific sites within the boundaries of the Kendall Mountain RMPP and lease area have been addressed by AML. On the east end of 10th Street on the banks of the Animas River is the old Silverton Town landfill. Above and south of Kendall Rec Center is the Mighty Monarch Mine. And below the Lackawanna Mill structure is the Lackawanna Tailings area. Actions at all 3 are complete, but all can be expected to need monitoring and maintenance into perpetuity. I'll briefly describe actions taken at each site. The Silverton Town landfill. Throughout the late 90s, the Animas River Stakeholders Group, BLM, and many other fantastic partners came together to clean up about 15 acres of land along the river that had been used as a dump into the early 70s. It was a place along the Animas where it was even difficult to walk a dog for fear of tearing its paws on all the random sharp debris from old pickups and bed springs to Dawn dish soap bottles and countless beer cans. Many dump trucks full of trash left the site, but much remains. Debris just kept surfacing, similar to a ball of yarn being pulled, if you can imagine that. It was endless. And we therefore decided to bring in 18 inches of cap material from the Durango area, then rip wrap the area where the river threatened to unravel and erode the site. In 2017 and 2020, BLM installed 3 J-hooks to help redirect the energy of the Animas away from the vulnerable bank. In 2019, AML planted 5 large native root balls of vegetation along the J-hooks to help with bank stabilization. And then this summer of 2022, Trout Unlimited and BLM plugged the same vulnerable bank with willows, again for the purpose of bank stabilization. The Mighty Monarch Mine. At the Mighty Monarch, we have a discharging mine in the middle of the drainage that makes the Ravalier slide path just above us here. It's about 400 feet above the valley floor. The site has 2 draining adits. One adit is collapsed and drains 1 to 3 gallons per minute. The other adit drains around 15 gallons a minute. The water quality is fairly good at 6 to 7.5 pH and 320 microsiemens. The large waste pile beneath the main adit has elevated lead. In 1995, Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety installed a physical safety closure at the single open adit. And in 2021, AML redirected the discharge to the side of the waste pile to mitigate metal migration, which is a best management practice. The discharge is the main source of water feeding the pond near the rec center, which is commonly used for picnicking, fishing, and ice skating. Now the Lackawanna Mill operated off and on between 1919 and 1969. And in 1996, BLM began removing the large volume of waste present that was spread over 1.3 acres. And it was 1.5 to 5.5 feet deep, sitting in the floodplain. This waste was moved to the Mayday Repository on BLM 5 miles north of Cement Creek drainage, 5 miles north in the Cement Creek drainage. Over the years, since this large removal of waste, the site has seen multiple small projects, including recreation enhancements in the early 2000s, in which we work closely with MSI, as well as more spot removals in 2021. I consider this site the AML poster child. It is a gorgeous representation of what happens to a floodplain when we simply remove waste and let nature take its course. Thank you for requesting an update. And please feel always free to ask questions or even ask for a tour of these sites to better understand them. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any questions from the trustees on that presentation? Or comments, feedback?
I really appreciate you guys being here and giving us update. I think we have so many exciting things on the agenda, hence why so many folks are here in the audience. But I think the importance of the Kendall RMPP should not be lost on everybody here and on this board and on this community. And I think that it's important for us to understand that many of our community priorities in the master plan are very much related to this conveyance happening and to this moving forward. And so we brought up the master plan a lot today, and it's a really great document, but we can't disentangle that this process moving forward that has been very lengthy and has taken quite a while, legitimately so in many instances. It's really good to still get regular updates. So I think I would love to hear more regular updates from the BLM on this and hear more about what's happening there. I'd love to take a tour, Lisa, so maybe we could walk around sometime. But I just think I can't underscore enough the importance of this conveyance and this process continuing. And so I just worry about us getting stuck in a quagmire of bureaucracy when it is so important to the community and what the community's vision is. So that's my appeal. And it's helpful to know what the BLM might need from the town and what we can expect from the BLM for the future. Getting regular updates, I'd love to put that on our agenda. I know you talk to the county a lot. We'd love to be those regular updated partners and just to, be appraised of what you're thinking there, what's happening. It is town leased land. And so for reclamation stuff that's happening or restoration, it'd be great to involve some of the larger stakeholders and make sure at least the town, we kind of know what's happening over there. So that's my appeal. Great to have you guys.
Awesome, Dana. Thank you. Okay, anything else? All right, well, thank you, Megan and Lisa.
Oh, I just wanted to
sorry,
echo what
Sally.
Dana said.
Yep, go
Sorry,
ahead.
I just, you guys might have mentioned, but when did we begin the process of the RNPP transfer? I'm just curious because without sort of an end date to it, and because the property is really valuable for so many reasons. Again, we've heard a lot of, outspoken voices in protecting wetland areas. And we also know that that's an important recreation site for the town. And it does sort of interface in so many capacities with a lot of different partners. My question is, when did the process begin? And not having sort of an end date to it. I guess my second part of that question is how can we get more clarity on the ending date? Because I think it's important in terms of our planning and our anticipation of how we do things like implement master plan and so many different levels to understand that timeline a little bit better.
I can attempt to answer that question. I'd have to look specifically at the records. I believe it started in 2001, around that time frame. It looked as though we did a notice of realty action for lease to patent or to conveyance in 2011, I believe. And since then I've been working through that process. It's not unheard of to take this amount of time. I've seen a few records that indicate up to 30 years to conveyance. A lot of times you have to show through the lease process kind of progress. And, just through so that the trustees know that even though the land is not conveyed, it's still under lease. And you still have a plan of management and development that can be implemented that has already been approved. So as part of the lease, and we can discuss that in more detail, but I hope that helps a little bit.
Yeah, that's great. Maybe even like a work session. So we make sure that the town knows what you will ultimately need from us and how this does affect, like a work session that looks at the master plan as well.
Yeah, a work session, and also potentially just to add that the work session idea sounds great, and to maybe include in that if there's anything else that I think it would be really a difficult thing to think that we're at the finish line and then have that finish line sort of pushed out further from us with additional requirements or other hurdles that somehow kind of, once this one thing is done, it triggers the next thing. So I think especially because our boards are constantly, that's that's over a decade, and our boards change every 2 years, that continually updating us and giving us an idea of what the requirements are along this process, so that as we rotate through board members, we all have a sense of what's coming up and we can check the boxes potentially simultaneously, so we don't wait too long and then realize, great, we finished the EIS and now there's something else that we need to do.
Okay, great. Well, Megan and Lisa, thank you again for joining us tonight. And with that, we'll move on to our next agenda item. That's new business 4A, first reading of ordinances 2022-12, 2022-13, and 2022-14, rezoning application for approximately 5 town blocks. Applicant Jason Dolmich, MSK Engineers representing Sultan Development LLC. And for this agenda item, I do have a personal interest, so I will be recusing, and I defer to Clayton and Gloria for the best way to fully recuse me via Zoom. But I'm going to go ahead and turn my video off and
Great. All right. Can you promote Katie to panelist, please?
Good evening, Board of Trustees. How's it going tonight? Can you hear me? Okay. As long as you can hear me, I'll get going here for you. All right, so as you know, you have a rezoning request before you. This is first reading of 3 ordinances. What we did was we broke up the ordinances based on the rezoning proposed district. So I'm going to go through this. I'm just going through share my screen here for a second. Okay. Okay, so what we're doing is, as you saw in the board packet, that the applicant is proposing 3 different zone districts. And so what we're doing is proposing an ordinance for each proposed zone district, which is why there's 3 different ordinances before you tonight. They all are the same agenda item, and I'm going to go over all of them grouped together through this presentation. And that is also how they were reviewed in the staff report that you had. I'm not going to go super quick. Like, I wanted to say a brief overview, but I want to make sure you understand exactly what's before you tonight, and also want you to understand exactly what the proposed changes would entail, so that we know that you're fully understanding the proposed rezone request before you. So highlighted in kind of the greenish turquoise color, you have the blocks that are being proposed to be rezoned. The existing zoning for all subject property is BA. The proposed zoning is broken down, as I said, into 3 different zoning districts. So down in the one corner over here, you have the proposed BP zone district for these 3 original town lots. Moving up, you have proposed R2 zone district for this area, along with this block here. And then in your staff report, we referenced the R1 that the applicant had originally applied for. The applicant has came forward since then at the Planning Commission meeting. They agreed that R1A made sense for these properties. That was staff's suggestion. And so before you tonight is R1A, and I'll elaborate that throughout this presentation. But it does make sense. You can see an estimated overlay here of steep slopes, which would need to be followed no matter what. But obviously a larger lot size is going to make more sense for this property.
Hey, Katie, I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah.
We're going to try to push this monitor back so that everyone in the audience can see what you're talking about.
Sounds good. Tell me when you want me to keep going.
Yeah, let's pull it up here on YouTube.
And for the audience, there is candy over here if we need some.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Thanks, Katie.
No, I appreciate
We're
it.
still moving, so give us a second here.
Okay. Just moving for the candy, Jim. You can feel free to interrupt. It gives me a chance to drink my tea. Can you get Jordan? Can you see it?
I'm good now. I know what I'm looking at.
Can everyone in the audience see now?
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
We're ready, Katie.
Thank you.
Of course, interrupt away, then I know when I can help out with anything too. So, okay, so R1A is proposed for this block here. You'll notice that is adjacent to where there's already existing R1A zone districts. Quick recap for those who didn't see it before, R2 is proposed for these blocks. And then down here, you have a small section which is proposed to be the BP. So with that said, I do want to note that the properties are currently all zoned BA. Anybody could come in today if they meet requirements and they could build on BA properties. So these are developable properties today with the required permitting that would be needed. I think there's a little confusion maybe with some of the members of the public at Planning Commission with that question or with that to that regard. So what you're looking at tonight is are the proposed zone districts, do they make sense for where the town wants to go? And what we're primarily going to be looking at is that new compass map land use framework. You saw that was outlined in your staff report, and I'm going to go through that here tonight. And then just kind of the existing factors and a comparison of what the existing zoning would allow for and what the potential change would be for. So moving forward here, no proposed development is proposed at this time. All that you're looking at is a rezoning application right now. So any future development, including right-of-way improvements, would have to go through the town public works. You would have any structures would need to get building permits, tap fees, all the different relevant permits would be required. That will be reviewed as required depending on what is proposed to be built, as it would today. So you're not looking at development right now, you're just looking again at the rezoning of these properties. So brief comparison of existing zoning and proposed zoning. So if the lots under the existing zoning, the lots under the existing zoning are required to be much larger than the proposed zone district. So by rezoning these lots, the town would be allowing the subject parcels to be smaller in size and have a smaller width requirement. You would have the same height restrictions for the proposed R1 and R2 districts. And then in those small area, which is proposed to be rezoned to the BP district, an additional 10 feet in height would be permitted for those lots compared to what is existing height right now in that area. The minimum floor areas will all remain equivalent between what's existing now and what's proposed. And the front setbacks will be reduced. If the proposed rezonings are approved, future structures basically would be permitted to be constructed closer to the front lot line than where they could right now. From a planning standpoint, that is not a bad thing. Usually you want to improve you want to decrease your front yard setback in a way to make a place more hospitable. So that is none of these are bad things. They're just explaining to you the difference. Same as front setbacks, side setbacks would also be reduced. Future structures would be permitted to be built closer to the side lot lines than what existing zoning permits. Rear setbacks would all remain equivalent to what they would be allowed under the existing zoning. And then the other part to note is that the existing BA district has additional requirements that are not within the proposed districts. That would include things such as a site plan review is required within that district. That's not to say any development's not going to require a site plan review. It's just to say that all development in the BA district would require it. The BA also does have a landscaping requirement where at least 30% of the lot must be landscaped. This currently is not in the code for the proposed zone districts. And you also have a limit on your aggregate square footage of accessory uses in the existing zone district. So again, none of these are bad things. They're just comparison for you to understand. So moving down into that R1A zone district, which I apologize is the wrong map here, but sorry, no, it's not. This is the BA existing being proposed to go to R1A. So as I stated, your staff report and the original application materials proposed this block to go to R1. Staff did suggest that the applicant consider R1A due to the larger lot sizes, which we think are more conducive to the steep slopes in that area. I do want to know anything within the steep slopes or architectural review overlay will still have to follow those sections. Those overlays are not being rezoned. They will continue to be in the areas where you have them on your map today. And one other difference with the R1A district is that vacation rentals are not permitted as a use within the R1A district. So where the applicant originally proposed R1, their agreement to now propose R1A also removes the ability to have a vacation rentals within this block of property within the town. So that was kind of the dimensional standard differences. Moving on with the uses. So in the existing BA district, uses permitted excludes single family residences. So right now, all of those blocks aren't allowed to have single family residences. However, the Compass Plan, the future land use map that the town recently adopted, designates all the subject parcels as housing infill, single family duplex, and then another category, and I'll show these on the map in a bit, housing infill, variety of housing types. So whereas you have the compass plan stating that residence is encouraged in this area, your existing zone district doesn't actually allow single family residences. So that's something to note. Single family dwellings are permitted within the R1, R1A, R2, and BP districts. Multifamily dwellings are permitted in the BA and R2 districts, and multifamily dwellings are not permitted in the R1, BP, and R1A districts. So this is just kind of giving you an overview of what you would see with the new zoning versus what you would see with the existing zoning of potential uses that could come in through the town code. Accessory dwelling units are used by special review in all districts except the BP district. They're not permitted at all. So in that BP district, ADUs would not be permitted. Vacation rentals are permitted in the BP district. They're permitted, that's by right. In the use by special review in the R1, R2 districts, and then they're not permitted within the existing BA district or the R1A district. And kind of hoping that you read this in the staff report. I'm gonna keep moving here. I'm hoping you're not just taking it in for the first time, but happy to answer questions as I keep going also. And then just. Hey, Katie, could you just state for the benefit of those that are here in the public, what uses are by right in the BA district right now? So I know you stated for us to know that it's not used by right for residential right now or single family homes. Can you state what the current use by right is for BA district for what it's currently zoned? Yes, so through the BA district today, permitted by right would be hotels and motels, multifamily dwellings, service stations, keeping of horses, Center for the Performing, Visual, or Literary Arts, community centers, convention and conference facilities, scientific or educational facilities, and venues for public entertainment. And then one other category to consider is within the existing BA district, uses subject to review, meaning that they potentially could be allowed if the town found that they met, that if they fit within the neighborhood, would be a restaurant and bar, a gift shop, home occupations, service yards, and accessory dwelling units. Thank you. Of course, thank you. So that's what's allowed right now. And with that, I'm going to keep going here. And this is just a note, as I already mentioned, you have the slope hazard overlay district throughout parts of this proposed rezoning. And you also have shown in blue here, the architectural review overlay district also covers some of these areas. These overlay districts are not being proposed to change in any development now, with or without the rezoning. Anything will need to follow the regulations within the town code for those different overlay districts. So no changes to that. The applicant understands all of the relevant overlay districts and the application processes that are involved in them. So zooming into the Compass Master Plan, and I just want to put in a disclaimer. I think this is the map that has some misspellings, but I copied it out of the plan. So giving the disclaimer that sorry for some of the misspellings in here, and I just clipped them right out of the Compass Master Plan. So approximate area of the proposed rezoning. I know you're familiar with this. You've all seen the Compass Master Plan and have been, a lot of even the members of the public tonight have been involved as that was developed. Housing infill, this orange part, mixed affordable dwelling units, triplexes, fourplexes, and apartments. And then the yellow part is housing infill for single family and duplexes, is what your Compass Master Plan future land use framework states or shows in that map. So zooming in now to the BA to the BP proposed, you can see there is BP over here, but there is also BA within the same block that will remain as is. The reason only this 3 former town lots are being proposed to be BA is because of the owner. These are owned together. They're a separate ownership from the other lots. So this is just based on the applicant and ownership of the properties. So housing infill based on that Compass Plan, it's not specifically defined in the Compass Plan, but as noted, you saw it's the map itself states basically mixed residential uses.
The proposed BP district, so what's proposed to be rezoned, was established for the purpose of providing an area for a wide range of retail uses, offices, personal and professional services, places of amusement, and restaurants, which are readily accessible to a person on foot. So that is kind of the purpose statement of that BP district in your code where they're proposing to go. So what you want to take into consideration tonight also are these lots, are they good to have a wide range of retail, office, professional uses, restaurants, things that are easily accessible to a person on foot? Obviously, any access, if required by code, would have to meet required access standards through the Public Works Department. And the existing BA district was established for the purpose of providing an area suited to the needs of travelers and tourists arriving by motor vehicles. So that's just something to note of a difference. This existing was established for vehicle travel, and the proposed is supposed to encourage more of a pedestrian friendly uses to go into this subject area. So the future land use framework doesn't necessarily straight out support the change of use from BA to BP because it supports residential in that area. So what the town needs to do is determine if they find that the conditions in the neighborhood support the proposed zone change. I had some help from some town staff on this, so I do want to thank them. Basically, this area of town has more of a commercial industrial feel with the CDOT facility and Whistle gas stop in the vicinity. Due to the nature of these lots having an existing commercial zone district and the proximity to US Highway 50, the proposed rezoning of the 3 lots may be supported if the town thinks the neighborhood character is suited to potential business uses on these lots. So we're looking to ask you tonight to consider, is the change from BA to BP, does it make sense to the town for the character of that area? And again, keep in mind that right now, the purpose of the BA district is to allow uses, commercial uses that are accessible by vehicle in theory, based on the purpose statements. So moving on to this block here where you have the proposed change to R1, and I apologize, it is R1A now. The lots are designated as in the Compass plan as housing infill, single family duplex. That does make sense based on the proposed R1A zoning, which is basically providing an area for single family dwellings. And again, any development on steep slopes would still need to comply with the steep slope requirements within the town. The future land use framework map itself does support the rezoning of the block 73. Again, because it stated this would be good for single family duplex housing. Steep, larger lots should be supported, and that is more of a, sorry about that, that's coming from staff, and looking forward to hearing Board of Trustees' opinion on that. Also, whereas the proposed rezoning is providing an opportunity for single family dwellings that aren't permitted within the existing BA district, we do note that the Compass plan does show a request for residential in this area, and that having larger single family home lots would probably make more sense on steep slopes than some kind of commercial uses and the impacts that they could have potentially. All right, last rezoning analysis for you here. So BA proposed to go to R2. This has a couple different blocks within it. And again, the Compass Master Plan calls it housing infill variety of housing types. Not specifically defined in the plan, but through the map, we can see it's a variety of housing, different housing types. Residential uses are, in theory, what the town has recently decided they would like for that area. So the proposed R2 district has a defined purpose, and that's based on through the town code. And that's being established for the purpose of providing an area for multifamily and single family dwelling units. So this is where if the town feels that housing is a need, then this is helping address that need for the town by proposing how single family and multifamily residential area. The architectural review overlay we've already discussed, and the application material, so this is coming from the applicant, did also want to note that the topography of this parcel is uniform and gently graded, and though it's suitable for a variety of higher density residential uses. So the future, in summary, the future land use framework map supports the rezoning of these blocks from BA to R2. With the location of the lots across Fifth Street, having that R1A and also the extension into this area, you do, I mean, normally for a town or a jurisdiction, you want to see low density moving up to mid to higher density residential. So this kind of works for that flow from a planning perspective of connecting with this part of town being the R1A, some R1A proposed here, and then moving into the R2 for this area closer to 550. So public comment. You heard multiple you heard one public comment on this through at the beginning of the meeting that we'll enter into the record for this item. Also included in the packet, there was an email dated October 28th, 2022 from Emily Thorne. This was provided also to the Planning Commission. And I hope that you read it. I don't want to seem like I'm dismissing it by just giving bullet points about what she wrote, because it was a very thorough, well-written email. So I want to recognize that email and note that it was in your packets to review fully. Public comments were received already, and I know you're going to open up a public comment period for these. So I'm just going to go through a quick recap of the Planning Commission meeting, which was held on November 1st. The Planning Commission agreed with that change to proposed R1A district. The discussion at the meeting overall, and you can, I'd request the members of the Board of Trustees who are also on the Planning Commission to feel free to weigh in with more detail to the discussion that was held. A brief recap is that it was discussion at the meeting regarding the best uses for the properties adjacent to US 550, and if the existing business automobile district was better suited for that area than the proposed R2 districts. Planning commissioners also discussed access to the properties, but I want to note that this would be required to meet code and public works design standards with or without the rezoning. But you could, of course, look at traffic impacts with the rezoning, which would probably be less for residential than commercial in theory. Public comments raised at the meeting included concerns over reduced landscaping requirements, fire increase access, and increased traffic from what the public felt were concerns. The Planning Commission did move and approve the staff recommended motion and conditions. It's the same conditions that are before you tonight that were in your packet. The motion carried 5-1. And with that, staff is recommending that the Board of Trustees approve the first readings of the 3 ordinances before them. The 2 conditions that we're suggesting are, 1, if the owner chooses to sell a portion of the subject parcels, the town's subdivision process shall be followed, and all lots shall meet the minimum size requirements for the underlying zoning district that exists in the Silverton Municipal Code at time of application submittal. So I wanted to explain this a little bit. What this means is that you have a lot of existing town lots. Those town lots are non-conforming by today's standards for basically, I think, and don't quote me on this, but essentially any zone district that's within your town, if you look at an individual town lot. So the applicant themselves understands that if they go to sell, let's say that block that's our proposed R1A, they're required to sell a property. If they choose to sell a property, they have to meet the minimum lot area, which is 5,000 square feet. So they can't just sell off one former town lot that doesn't meet the required sized dimensions of that zone district that is in theory going to be created with this rezoning. So this condition is just reiterating that for the future, that we're not legalizing any non-conforming town lots to stay non-conforming. The applicant has stated that they will be proposing to in the future develop and sell lots based on town code requirements and processes, and that they will subdivide where required to meet the minimum size requirements that's of those zoning districts. The second condition is that future development shall comply with all underlying zone districts that exist in the Silverton Town Code at time of application submittal, including but not limited to minimum lot size and setback requirements. So what this means is, let's say that the town went ahead and approved these rezones, and the R2 district, let's just say today, or sorry, let's take the R1, your R1A zone district, sorry, the R1A zone district has a minimum square footage of 7,500 square feet. Let's just say that for some reason, the town did changes to the town code. And in 5 years, the minimum lot size requirement was 10,000 square feet. And instead of a 7-foot front setback, they gave a 15-foot front setback. If the applicant is applying under a town code in 5 years that may have different restrictions, they're going to follow that town code at that time. So I wanted to be clear you understood what's being proposed. When we state a time of application submittal, it means a time that they have to go through planning and or building permits. They need to follow the town code in effect for the zone district at that time. Basically, they're not getting grandfathered into any setback requirements and things like that at this point in time. So the suggested motion for the 3 ordinances is in your staff report. I can pull it up on the screen if you get to that point of wanting it. I do want to state that we broke it down into 3, and I would like to keep it that way. Each one is a proposed change to the proposed zone district, and then we broke down the relevant blocks and lots. So I know if you decide to move forward with it, it's a lot to read, but I think it will be easiest to have that. And with that, I am going to send it back over to you, and thank you for letting me go through all that. I know it was a lot, but I wanted to make sure you knew what you were looking at. So
Thank you.
thanks.
So Gloria, since Shane has stepped out for this portion of the meeting, do you need me to do anything here to facilitate this discussion, or?
Yes, please. So next we would hear from the applicant and then you would go for public comment.
Okay, yep, great. So then I'd like to invite the applicant to speak at this time regarding the project. And I think I'll have this process from our last meeting, so everyone knows that we'll hear from the applicant, we'll hear public comment, we'll close the public hearing, and then we'll have a town council discussion and decision. Do we have the applicant? Oh,
we're working on it.
Got it. Okay.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name's Jason Dolmich. I'm with MSK Engineers. I'm the engineer representing the applicant. We also have Logan Austin here, who's representing the owners, and I'll actually turn it right over to him to begin.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Jason. And more importantly, thank you to board trustees for your time today. We greatly appreciate you guys, and of course, appreciate Katie on her presentation regarding our request to rezone the properties located here as they were mentioned. Just to give you a quick summary, my name is Logan Austin. I am also principal of Silverton Development LLC. We've seen this property as essentially highly underutilized and want to create opportunity for the town of Silverton to increase housing opportunities and really move this land in a direction that is more aligned with the Compass plan, as Katie had mentioned. We had a great discussion during the Planning Commission meeting, and I'd be happy to field any additional questions that the Board of Trustees has. At this time, we don't have any specific plans for development at this time. It's really just our intention and goal to prepare this land to increase the buildable footprint of town and increase the housing opportunities that Silverton greatly needs.
Okay, thanks. So then at this time, we can open it up for public comment, and I may need a little bit of support here if we have in-person comments. I just can't see everybody here.
Sally, just a point of order, if any of the trustees have any questions for the applicant.
Oh, great, thanks.
And it doesn't look like they do.
Okay. Okay, then let's open it up for public comment. Is there anyone in person who is there to comment on this project?
Yes, hello again.
I can do the timer. If you could state your name as well, be great.
I am Julian Roberts, again, born and raised in Silverton, Colorado. Though my comment is again more pertain to what Emily Thorne stated succinctly in her email to the town board. And more importantly, again, wetlands project and wetlands mitigation projects. I think what we're dealing with here in all of the items that we've dealt with so far are potential wetlands projects and historical wetlands in general. What we have to be aware of, and this doesn't really deal with zoning, is that these areas, the Kendall Mountain proposals, all deal with these things. And therefore it is radically important that we continue our efforts to protect our natural resources as stated in two separate agenda or goals inside of our master plan, two separate goals, including responsible development inside of our master plan. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Do we have additional public comment from in-person attendees?
No. We'll move to online comment.
Online comment? I see Whitney Gaskell as a hand raised. Okay, Whitney, if you unmute yourself, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, thanks.
All right, this is Whitney Gaskell again at 504 Reese. After Katie, thank you for that really informative overview. And I would just like to make one additional quick comment after seeing the master plan, and that the master plan, being reminded, is currently hoping to use that entire space for residential, single family, multi-use. I would ask that the trustees consider zoning all the blocks below 5th Street as R2 and excluding that business pedestrian block at 85, in the keeping of what I said earlier about valuing a neighborhood feel where we live.
Okay, great. Thanks, Whitney. Do we have any additional online comments?
Doesn't appear so.
I'm not seeing any. Okay. Okay. It looks like that's it. So we will close the public comment period for this at this time and move on to trustee discussion.
Yeah, I'll start. So Jim and I were in the planning commission when this was initially brought up, and planning commission was largely in support of the rezoning because they're just, I mean, there's a huge need for more housing. There's less need for BA zoning. I had the same concern that one of the public comments said earlier about the BP zoning in the bottom corner right next to the Y, because it would be only accessible by foot. There's no way to get to it from 550. There's no way to get to it from the whistle stop unless we improve the highway down there. And so I'm just, I'm curious as to what sort of business you would put in down there based on the fact that it would only be accessible by foot traffic from that neighborhood. And then the other concern that the planning commission brought up was the relative closeness of a lot of these housing lots next to 550, and whether or not those are going to be, that's going to create an issue, or, you know, if they'll be less desirable for people to buy because of the traffic that's right there. But otherwise, it was largely supported.
Yeah, I can echo those same concerns with BA to BP. I mean, love the idea of a childcare facility, but not a bar. for a restaurant. I think that would be pretty harmful to that neighborhood. But yes, like it'd be interesting to figure that out, but then also if it's like, if we don't do anything with it and it stays BA, it's actually like some other motels, hotels, service stations. It's kind of like can still, I think we want to be careful not to take anything away from our main streets, take anything away from like our business districts versus by putting something right on the front of town. It seems like it was a good move for those lots on the slope on the hill to be larger. I hope that was it seems like a smart decision or smart suggestion from the staff. Are these all these lots will be 25 by 100?
They'll be required to meet the minimum lot size. And so for R1A, for example, it would be 7,500 square feet minimum lot size. The R2 district is minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. And BP district has a minimum lot area of 2,500 square feet.
Yeah, I'd echo similar things that you were saying. I'm opposed to the BA to BP on block 85, but I'm also opposed to block 85 staying BA. It doesn't seem like a good fit for that block either. I'm okay with the other ones, especially because R1A restricts vacation rentals. We're not going to see second homes developed down there. It makes sense for it to be more residential and connect to Annville.
Katie, the staff report was very helpful and I love the comparison. So I just wanted to thank you for that because this was a bit of, a complicated piece to consider altogether. So I just appreciated that work. I just kind of want to acknowledge what probably a lot of people in the room are thinking, that this is really one of the largest scale proposed developments for the town in a long time or ever. And I think we just need to kind of note that. And I think it raises a little bit of emotions and anxiety and opinions for everybody. And I know that this kind of scale of proposal brings that about for a town like ours. And we can't get around, I think, the fact that there are going to be some residents who disapprove of anything happening in this area because they're uncomfortable with this much change, this much development, or who is potentially bringing the change. But I think, as we've said over and over tonight, we just went through this really long master planning process. It was very community-led. And in our master plan, as Katie said, we have this land use framework. I was involved in a lot of those land use framework discussions. And what's proposed in the master plan for what that area should be used for felt very much in line with what the community was saying, that we need more housing, we need more residential, we need more space to build for people to be able to live and work in Silverton. And that's throughout the master plan. And like my colleague said, I think taking it from business automotive to residential makes a ton of sense. And I think a lot of us probably aren't aware, like previously right now, you could build all kinds of things, but I think a lot of residents would maybe not be super excited about being built there. And so it feels to me like changing the rezoning fits a lot with the idea of having more residential lots in neighborhoods, which I think is what the community is asking for. And I think really our existing zoning here doesn't really fit that well with the master plan. So I appreciate that we have a developer coming forward saying, let us help align this more with what you want to see happening here. And I think with applications like this, we have the opportunity to align future zoning or align changes in zoning with our master plan and kind of move away from our complicated 7 different zoning districts that we currently have. I think I have 4 questions, and these are probably for you, Katie. So the first question related to this development is about oversight. And so I recognize that this is a rezoning application. This is not a development or proposed development, but I need to have a little bit more context and knowledge in what kind of oversight the town has for the future development of this land, because it is such a large scale request and it's so out of the ordinary from what we typically deal with when we look at rezoning one lot or one area. And so I would really like to know if you could clarify for us kind of the subdivision process in our code and how that does or doesn't apply to this applicant. Because if we look at the subdivision process in our code, it has quite a few requirements. There's a lot of opportunities for the town to weigh into what it looks like. The subdivision process has requirements for how much a developer has to allocate for open space or park in an area. It's very specified, contained, prescriptive, but I'm having trouble understanding how that process would relate to this large scale rezoning request that we have before us. So can you help us out?
To an extent, and it is difficult, as you stated, not having an actual development plan at this point. So there's obviously various options that somebody could do today under the zoning as they could do under the proposed rezoning. And so it's really not being able to go through all of the scenarios, but I'll try to give you just a general overview of, let's say the applicant chose to start on the steep slope block, right? And they were going to create, first of all, they were going to have to meet that minimum lot size requirement. So they're going to start by coming in a town hall and saying, okay, we want to put houses here. Well, the town needs to make sure that there's water available. The town needs to make sure that there's infrastructure available, whether that be the right of way. And if there is no right of way in that area, there's a right of way, but let's say there's no paved right of way. Well, now the developer or the property owner is going to have to pay and work with Public Works to bring that street up to street standards, to provide access, legal access to those properties in a method and manner that meets town requirements. Then the conversations also need to occur with Public Works over, is this going to become a public street or will it become a private street? So you kind of have that first step of, let's look at the infrastructure, let's look at the water, the tap fees, what are the applicant, any future developer going to have to pay. And then we're going to look at what they want to do. So if they say, I want to build 5 houses on this block, and here's my proposed design, we're going to look to see, do you have enough square footage for 5 lots that meet that minimum lot size? Are you able to meet your steep slope requirements? What are the requirements in the code going to send you through for that overlay district? And then in theory, in my head, a subdivision would be done because they would be creating, honestly, it would make sense to create a new 5 or 6 or however many lots that meet that minimum lot size and provide access in a manner that is most feasible, especially, for example, around the steep slopes. With that said, could a person come in and if there was a paved right of way already existing and say, I want to plop a house right here, and it met the lot size requirements and it met setbacks, then yes, they could. So that's where the diverse situations come in. I would expect this developer is not going to come plop one house and then come back in a year and plop another house. I expect you're going to see a comprehensive plan, at least potentially by block, because they're going to want to know what their water tap fees are going to be. They're going to want to make sure they have everything that they can have and all the infrastructure exists for all the proposed development that they want to do. They can't design that yet because they don't know if the zoning would allow it. Sure. So that's where it gets tricky. I will say, I can't say 100% you're going to see a subdivision, but I would be really shocked if you didn't see a subdivision, development plan, site plan reviews. At the least, you're going to have staff going through building permits and water rights and things like that. Does that help?
Yeah, that's helpful. So I have like 4 follow-up points. So as far as the planning process goes, beyond this rezoning, again, I've heard concerns about how this would affect the look and feel of the entrance to town. And, what is this going to look like for the character of our community? And I think I want to assure folks that are here, and as you stated, for folks that are online, much of this land is within the architectural overlay district. So that gives the planning commission and the town board a chance to have input into what these structures look like. It has to fit certain standards, right? So there is a level of review and process that can put people a little bit at ease because of the current overlay districts we have. I think my concern was like, if we rezone this all to R2 and it wasn't in the architectural overlay district, the town board could never see it again. If they're just kind of developed one at a time as R2 lots. And I'm just concerned as a board to make sure there are touch points where because it's such a large scale request that is not like we've seen before, to make sure that we are preserving our ability to protect and preserve the character and development of this area. I am all for land getting developed. I think we need more of all kinds of housing in Silverton. I think we won't solve our housing crisis without that. But I just would really like opportunity for the board and the planning commission. And again, for this developer, for there be options according to the subdivision part of our code. But it sounds like what you're saying is this is kind of the first step for rezoning, and until there's actual proposed development, subdividing of lots and selling of lots or houses, it's not until then that the subdivision requirements kick in. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely correct that the town is really lucky and really planned ahead having that architectural overlay district along 550, because that does the preserving Silverton and Builder's Handbook are connected to that, all those properties. And so all new homes are going to be subject to the design guidelines that you already have developed for the town that are in there. So.
Okay, thanks. And then the other piece I wanted to address was around vacation rentals. That was brought up to me on a couple occasions by folks. And as you said, R1A prohibits vacation rentals straight up. And, for the benefit of the public, we have capped vacation rentals in all the other zones except for BP. So they're capped at 8 in R1, R2, and economic development. And currently, there's more than that, but we're trying to reduce it through attrition. So even with these R2 zonings, there still would only be 8 permits allowed in the future in all of R2 in the whole town. And so even if we're looking at R2 zoning here, which does allow vacation rentals if the permits are available, we're still limiting the amount that are available. So I think that can kind of calm people's ears as well. I think the last piece that I just kind of want to bookmark for our thinking for the future, as we think about the land use map in the master planning process, is I think it makes a lot of sense to change this to residential. I think that's what the community has asked for. I think that's the direction that most people have said they'd like to go. But I'm still thinking about how we preserve some of our light industrial spaces. So like in our land use map, do we have enough space where if Sasquatch campers or adventure snowboards or somebody doing some light industry where we're trying to expand our economy, is there a spot for them to put down and to do that kind of work in our town? And so just kind of, I don't even think business automotive currently accommodated all of that, but just making sure that we are preserving some of those spaces in our planning as well, but that's separate to this project. So those are all my questions, but yeah, I just am really keen on the subdivision process and how we have touch points in the future. But I appreciate that the slope overlay district and the architectural overlay district gives us some of those procedural touch points.
Jim or Tyler? I know Tyler, you kind of shared about the planning commission, but what do you guys want to contribute here?
Well, I'll speak since, sorry, I haven't before. This is a large scale development. This is the largest, if not one of the largest that we've endeavored as a community. I was the one dissenting vote on November 1st. Katie is smiling, she remembers. And my statement that night is I'm gonna reiterate it again this evening along with some follow-up. As presented, I don't think this is a good fit for our town as presented. Before I even endeavored to become a town trustee, When I moved here full-time in 2015, I have been a champion of housing, any form of housing. Whether it be pull behind trailers, I don't care. Housing is what we need. I am for this project in a specific shape and form. I am not at all for BP or BA in this project. I am not. Straight up. I am not for vacation rentals in the middle of this neighborhood. This is our entrance to our town. This is the entrance to our community. What is that going to look like? Everyone here tonight is here because you were concerned. I'm concerned. When you come down that mountain and you see our town, you see our community, what are we going to see? I am deeply concerned with the fact that we have individuals coming forth and asking for essentially just give us a blank sheet of paper and we'll make it up as we go along. Obviously that's a little drastic and dramatic, but that's how I feel. Because nothing has been presented. And the argument that was presented the other night is the same argument here. It's the chicken and the egg. What do we have first? The horse before the cart? I don't know. But what I do know, this is the gateway to our community. This is the entrance that we will all see for generations to come. And what as this generation now, as the men and women in this room, what is that going to look like? You know, we talk about preserving our wetlands. We talk about preserving our way of life. Well, what is our way of life if we're just going to essentially have a clean slate for anyone to come in here and do anything? And I am not against development. I am all about development, but it has to be smart. And it has to be something that we all approve, obviously to a certain degree. I have a hard time, and it's that Nancy Pelosi quote that essentially we have to pass this in order to see what we're about to get. And I'm not about that. I think this sentiment was echoed by other individuals during our planning commission meeting on November 1st. And I don't know if anyone actually picked up on it. But I am, as some certain sections of this, as submitted tonight, I have a real hard time swallowing. And I think we as a town board and we as a community need to sit and really look within ourselves, look within our souls. What does this new growth for our town and community look like? It's not personal, it's generational. It's generational. And I am all for development. Believe you me, I am. We need housing. The past several years cannibalizing my hotel rooms for staff because we just don't have enough housing. So I get it. Believe you me, I get it. But I think we need to be smart about this. And we really need to look at what is best and what fits best for our town and for our community, but more importantly, for our families and for the generations to come. That's what I have. So thank you.
Jim, can I ask you a little follow-up question on that? Would you prefer to see that as green open space or like what? Because it's private land. And so I'm just wondering, you know, what would you want to, like, what would be your vision of something that we could approve as a town?
One of the comments that I had made the other night, November 1st, was with regards to the density. And as submitted, we touched about this, Katie touched on this a little while ago. For the sake of this project and cramming homes more and more together, it's not smart. Long term, it's not smart. And my example was snow load. knowing that you're going to cram more and more houses together, you take away the ability for the safety and this of snow removal. That was just the one example that I had. But I don't think anyone envisions that entrance to town being a true a condominium complex. And I think for me at least, not having any sort of vision presented along with this rezoning has me asking a lot of questions. People coming up to me asking a lot of questions. So, no, and to more directly answer your question, no, I don't. We need to develop this. We need housing, but it has to be smart and it has to be in a way that pleases our community. And you're not going to please everybody. I understand that. But and I keep referring to this just like I did the other night. When you come into town, this is our entrance. What are we saying about Silverton if you come into town and you see a bunch of condominiums stacked up on top of each other? Is that who we are? Is that what we're? And that's a question that this has to ask themselves. Just as I think we have to ask one another up here. And I'm not saying that the presentation tonight was wrong or anything like that. This is my own personal opinions. Did I answer your question, Sally?
Yeah, thanks, Jim.
Can I follow up a little bit to that? I just want to clarify a little bit. If we rezone this to R2, the maximum height requirement is 30 feet. So we aren't exactly proposing condos. I think I have to agree to disagree with you, Jim, on density. I have been a proponent of this from the beginning, and in the land use discussions that we had with Compass Project, we will not solve our housing crisis without increased density. We cannot continue to build single family homes on large lots and expect them to be affordable. We have to have duplexes. We have to have apartment buildings. We have to have studios. We have to have all kinds of housing. And that's
not against that.
that's what the land use plan proposed, of different types of housing in
Not
different
against
areas. And if we do this R2, it still has height and size requirements. So it's not, the proposal before us is not condos, even if we rezone it to R2. It's multifamily units that could be duplexes, triplexes, multiplexes.
Coach homes.
I think that we need more of, and the master plan has some great examples of this where we preserve kind of a courtyard feel. But I'm going to die on the sword that we will not solve our housing crisis without increased density, because you can't expect everybody to be able to afford a single family home on a 5,000 square foot lot or a 7,500 square foot lot.
I would also add that there's no plan here suggesting that it's going to be high density or low density. There's just no plan.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Right. And I think, people oppose the floorplex at the corner of that lot right there. And there were multi-units right along that route. But if we don't build multi-unit housing, we are not going to be able to house people to work here. And so again, I think if we did rezone it, I hear my colleagues' arguments to maybe not make it BP. I think that could make a lot of sense to preserve the residential character, but we're not talking about condos here in R2 if we rezone it. It's not turning into that, but it is very much turning into residential, which continues kind of the Anvil feel. And I think, Katie, a question I have again, back to the subdivision is just, how do we move people around that area? How does traffic work around that area? We start having it where kids are coming to school there. And so again, intention of this, I really like the rezoning. I think it fits with what the community's been asking for, but I have a lot of questions around how people move and traffic and this neighborhood evolves to work people to town. So,
which requires traffic studies.
Sure. Yeah. But we could still rezone it and say the zoning fits the intent of our master plan and our community and move that direction, because the town is not going to improve all this infrastructure here. The town does not have money to improve all of this infrastructure. We are going to have to, individual landowners cannot improve the infrastructure street by street in Silverton. We are going to eventually have to have folks that come in and can say, we will do this whole block. We will put in the water. We will put in the sewer. or we're not going to solve housing. We're not going to see the scale of housing built that everyone says we need to solve our housing crisis.
And I will clarify, if you're looking at a multifamily building that's going to have units sold, such as a condominium or a townhome, they would definitely be required to subdivide because they wouldn't be able to sell those individual units on that property without going through a subdivision process. And also that, so that any multiple family that's going to be selling individual units and probably developing limited common element and general common element lands will definitely be required to go through a subdivision process. With that said, I did want to note, for good or for bad, a multifamily dwelling is allowed by right in the existing zoning along with the proposed zoning district. So someone could come in today and build a condominium if they met requirements for the
Thanks,
town.
Katie. And can you clarify height requirements if we were R2?
Yes.
Multifamily?
Yep. So R2, the maximum height of a structure is 30 feet. And the existing zoning BA, the maximum height of a structure is 30 feet. So there is no change. What can change is that a lot under BA has to be a minimum of 30,000 square feet. So your existing zoning is basically encouraging more units to go on a property, because if you're going to build 30, if you have to have a minimum lot size of 30,000 square feet, you're probably going to be adding more density than a proposed potential minimum lot size requirement of 5,000 square feet, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that it's going to work that way, obviously. It's just, so I also want to know R2 requires a minimum lot area per multifamily dwelling unit of 1,250 square feet. So you're basically encouraging more of a townhome development.
Yeah.
But you do in the BA have a minimum lot area dwelling unit of 3,750 square feet. So much larger lot areas per dwelling unit for multifamily, even within the existing zoning.
So really, to clarify, within the current existing zoning, it almost encourages more density. Within the proposed zoning, it's slightly less density.
It depends how you look at it. I think for a minimum lot area, overall lot being 30,000 square feet, but then you have a larger minimum lot area per dwelling unit also, which is 1,750. So I just want to make that clear that overall, yes, but there is a bigger lot area per dwelling unit for the BA district, which would actually encourage a larger unit essentially put it also.
Yeah. But within our current zoning, folks could build higher, bigger things out there than what is currently being proposed if we change the zoning.
Same height, maximum height,
Not
30 feet.
Not higher, yeah. But what about like a convention center or a educational center? Is still the height requirement always 30 feet in that area?
It is. There isn't in the code any exceptions that I can see in that zone district.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Maybe I'll add my 2 cents here. Is this a good time? Does anyone else have other comments?
Yeah, since I'm the dead towner, I'd love to hear from everybody else.
No, I think all the comments are really useful, and I think it helps us kind of flesh this out and understand it, because I really echo a lot of what Dana kind of kicked her comments off with. That this is going to feel, this is a rezoning. It's not a development plan. So I don't think we're necessarily, so tonight we're discussing development plan, but the rezoning certainly paves the way for development that is unlike anything that we've seen. And I'm not in the room, but I can sense anxiety about that, because I share that. I mean, that's a really, it's a really big potential change to the community. And I think that's, it's going to look really different potentially. And I wanted to acknowledge that as well. And so I think that this rezoning though does align with the goal of creating housing. It's not a town project. You know, this is a private ownership, private development, private request for rezoning. So in that request, I see the change and from, you know, the discussion that we've had that I think has been really beneficial for the community. You know, I hear that being potentially more restrictive in this zone than the BA, and allowing for the opportunity to increase housing density. So I also, Jim, will respectfully disagree with you on the density question there. I agree. I think we want to seek housing density, and I think this makes the most use of the square footage at that part of town. And I think land, as we all know, land in Silverton is scarce, especially flat land. And so if we can use some of this square footage to house community members and make sure that it's, you know, residential and it's not vacation rentals and it's, you know, not a big hotel or a motel or, you know, uses that don't support year-round community, I think that's a benefit for us. I think that's something that we're seeing a need for. And I think that everything that we've heard on the subject of housing has suggested that that is not a problem that's going to be solved with one, you know, one town housing project or one private developer or changing certain codes and you know, it's this mixture. It's like the magic formula of sort of approaching this big problem and from multiple different directions. And this is one of those avenues where we have the opportunity to increase supply. I think it is a little stressful not knowing what the design of a development might look like, but I do feel comfortable in rezoning it away from BA and towards residential, because I think that benefits that community's housing supply. You guys have brought up a lot of the questions that I also had. I really think I wanted to make sure that before there was any sort of breaking ground sort of thing, you know, I think because this is a new scale of development for the community, we really want to make sure that what happens down there is in line with the character of the community, and it is the gateway. You know, this is what people will see from the highway and as they enter. So we want to do a good job, or we want it to at least align with the spirit of the community. So you've responded to some of those concerns I think others raised. I think one of the questions that you asked earlier, Katie, was do the conditions in the neighborhood in that rezoning of the BA to BP support that change? And I think we know that that's very much of a residential feeling down there. And that is, we heard public comment on that. My question is, does that need to be rezoned BP, or does that have the opportunity or the option of being rezoned as R1 or R2, we know one of the residential zonings? Does that have to go to BP? I think BP is better than BA.
It's a great question. The town can deny that rezoning request to go from BA to BP, and they can keep it BA. The town,
but then it would stay BA.
Correct. The town tonight can't just change and ask a private or they can ask, but the town can't say we're going to rezone that property to R1. The town can deny it, and then they could initiate their own zone change and start a process for a new application on behalf of the town for, say, the block or those properties. But you would obviously want to make sure you had property owner permission before you initiated a rezone. But yeah, I would not encourage the board tonight to just give it a new zoning. I would just either approve the request or deny the request, either way. And that's also partly why it's broken down into 3 motions and 3 different votes you're going to make. You could look at this if you wanted as 1, 2, 3. And I want to note Logan Austin has had his hand up for a little bit. So I'm not going to interrupt you, Sally, or cut you off, but I wanted to make sure that the room knew that he was waiting to speak also. So when you're finished.
Great. Thank you. Okay, I think I had just one other note here. Oh, Katie touched on this, but for everyone's information and to note, as we're looking at the rezoning of this property, if this didn't stay as a unit owned by a single developer, and it were to start become rezoned, and then an individual buyer buys just 2 developable lots or something, how would that work? Like, how does it work if it starts to get, I want to understand how the process works if it starts. I think Dana started to touch on this with the subdivision question, but I think it doesn't sound like that's the intent here, and maybe Logan Austin, sorry, am I getting that mixed up? It's really a terrible time where I am here, so my brain's a little fuzzy. Logan Austin, thanks. Okay, yeah. So if it gets rezoned and then it gets sold in individual parcels, what's the procedure there? And that's a question for Katie. And then maybe we can go to Logan Austin.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, and I do think it'll help to have Logan give a little of an overview more of how they plan to address that in the future. So yes, as if you are aware, the applicant has essentially through the county assessor's office 2 PIN numbers. So they have, it's a little bit unclear right now to staff if they are all the town lots or if they are jointly owned and only 2 parcels with this whole thing, based on the county listing them as 2 parcel IDs. So I'm not going to get into the legality of that because I am unclear on it. So the simple answer is an owner could sell a property assuming it met minimum lot size. So in this case, multiple lots, they could divide it and create a new lot, sell that through a warranty deed. And then a private property owner could come in and build what they want on their private property that they purchased. So that breaks it down very simply into what could happen in theory. However, with that said, you would need to still get that infrastructure in water tap fees. Not to say it wouldn't happen, but I find it hard to believe that you'd find numerous private property owner purchasers who would be willing to take that on financially to build street and infrastructure to provide access to each of their lots, but that could potentially occur.
Okay.
And Katie, to your point, just to clarify, those individual owners, if they purchased it, would still have to meet all the code requirements of the underlying zone and the architectural overlay or the slope hazard overlay.
Correct. They would come into town hall or call and say, hey, I'm going to build a house, and they'd get told the requirements for the zoning, the setbacks, the overlay district, and the process they'd have to go through. So
yeah. And the sewer and water and roads are not there. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, nice. Thanks. Logan Austin, I think we're ready.
Great. Thank you, Sally. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think just as a quick summary for where we currently stand, our overall vision for the project. Obviously, we are here at a zoning request. Our group's second phasing would basically be the infrastructure plan, development of streets, alleys, and all infrastructure needed to create basically buildable lots. That would then tie into what Katie is saying. If we get into a process to where our group decides to go vertical or starts to sell off parcels, that would be at that time. This is probably, forward thinking, not until end of 23 before infrastructure would be completed at the earliest. At the same time, I think the way I look at it, not just wearing the developer hat, but also being a real estate agent, wearing a real estate hat, having a diverse community with a lot of opportunity is also benefits from consistency and cohesion within the buildings themselves and what is put there. And on these lots, everything along 550 being subject to the A-Rod, in my view, is actually a good thing because it's going to create a lot of continuity, and it's going to create the ability for the town to ensure that as people come into the town of Silverton, it has the look and the feel that is desirable in that area. More importantly, from a developer or a real estate standpoint, it also ensures that the viability of the neighborhood has the look and the feel that we want to see in that part of town. So I think there's a lot of discussions that will be had going forward, whether that's with our group or future owners of these parcels. I did want to touch real quick on the question about the 3 lots and our request for BP on those 3 lots. I think that we're forward thinking in the sense that our hope would be a little bit of a realignment with the Y. Currently, it seems a little meshed up down there. And I think personally, my own vision would be that the town would work with CDOT and create more of a traffic circle or some other type of entry point into town. And that would then create more continuity from Green Street. And having BP along what would essentially be that thoroughfare into town would then extend that business pedestrian district and draw people into Green Street. As you can see from the zoning map that's currently up right now, at least it is on my screen, all of that lot frontage that's currently on BP, which some of that is currently developed single family, but 2 owners own vacant lots almost adjacent to the ones that we're requesting be BP. Those could right now be developed as businesses, which could then of course change a little bit of the look and feel, as the comment from Whitney was earlier. So I don't think we're really asking for too much there, given the continuity of the BP district and how far down it stretches towards Green. More importantly, when you're looking at just 3 lots for that BP area, we're, in my vision, again, seeing something that would probably be pretty small, pretty low impact, just from a footprint size. It's not like you could put a really large business there. Probably more likely be something like a small retail coffee shop, some kind of space like that, which again could serve constituents and property owners throughout 5th Street all the way up towards the Annville subdivision. And then of course, if this community then continues to develop and grow, just another opportunity for residents on this side of town to have something like that would be, I think, a benefit instead of having to go all the way up down Green to get something like a cup of coffee. So that's a little overview of my vision. And I just feel that it is, again, a great opportunity, and having that A-Rod in place, I think, is going to create more of that cohesion and a good look and feel, and would align with what I would want to see there as when I drive into Silverton. And I'll ask, I think Jay had a comment that he was hoping to make here too. I could defer to him.
Yeah, thank you, Logan. I think you stole my thunder. I was just, I wanted to just point out that the BP is not, that we're proposing is not an island. And that, as Logan pointed out, our intent of that request was, as Logan mentioned, forward thinking. It was centered around the idea from the Compass Master Plan around the creation of a gateway at the Y, and that we would be asking to extend sort of the business pedestrian district, which is already at 5th Street right now, just down to include these parcels. And our goal really is not at all to compete, to create a competitive environment with downtown, but rather to create a continuous usage of business pedestrian activities that brings you up into the center of the historic district.
Okay, also I just noticed that we have someone with a hand raised in the attendees. It says Nathan. And I think, just as a procedural question, is that we have closed public comment. Is this is it appropriate that we take this comment at this time, or I need a little direction maybe from Gloria or Clayton?
And Clayton, I'm going to ask you for direction on this one.
Sure. So typically, once you close public comment, that's that. The issue being that once the discussion with the board begins, there's going to be unlimited back and forth with the public if they're joining in the conversation, as you know, making arguments back and forth. And so after public comment, it's typical that you would not reopen for public comment. You know, it's a board's choice. You're not going to hurt the process or mess it up completely. It's just very atypical and not suggested as a best practice.
Okay, we do have public comment to close the meeting tonight. And so potentially that is a time when we could hear this comment. Is that amenable to everybody on the board tonight if we just limit our discussion to the town council at this time?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Not sure how the rest of you are feeling. I feel like there's a lack of kind of some unanswered questions I have where I feel like I can make a responsible decision tonight on this. So I would be a preference to either table it until we can get some more information or vote no on it at this moment.
What, and this is because this is what I was asked the other night when I also suggested tabling it. What more information? I think they're going to want some
I think
specifics.
there's some tangible plans for future use. More than just what's been said.
Yeah, and I'm just not sure that anybody is going to want to draw plans for something that they don't, when they don't have the zoning that they want on it. So
and I'm also opposed to keeping it BA. It doesn't make sense to keep it BA as well.
yeah, but
Would it be okay if we took the screen share down for a minute and kind of finished out this discussion and then determine where we're headed? Thanks, Katie. And thanks, Jordan, for just weighing in on where you are at this point.
They're like, we can't leave a BA. That's a little bit of
I don't
a,
have a good solution.
that's a little gray. I mean, I think that the biggest, you know, I keep kind of going back to like, right now it's zoned for hotels. Like right now it is zoned to build hotels. And if we don't change it, that's what it is right now. The current zoning is it's built for big things. And so this change will allow it to be different. I live in a place where I actually only live on a 25 by 100 foot lot where like the snow that is a big thing. When I see all these little boxes, I think it's important, at least when I see it, these are boxes that were not drawn by the applicant. These are the boxes that were drawn by the town. And they're going to be, so it's going to be 2 to 3 of them. And they'll be, so like, I see that too. It's like 124 little boxes and 124 houses that'd be a really big, be the place to be the county commissioner, I think. That's where you get the votes. That's where you get the votes. I don't know. I mean, I guess because like the planning commission there. So what you're saying, Jim, is you'd like to see it, what like the vision.
Oh, that was my comment the other night, was to better understand the vision, just as Jordan just said. I am reluctant to just hand over without a template. What are we actually providing? I'm not saying no, I'm not saying that we don't need this, of course. But the other night, the sentiment was with regards to the BP and the BA, that residents and passersby, they won't need to travel into town in order to get a cup of coffee or a pastry. That goes against the core of our town, the core of our community. I have a real hard time with that. And which is why I said the other night on November 1st, as presented in one lump, which is what it was the other night, I voted no.
Oh, you're like all three zonings were all in one.
How do you feel about the R2 or the R1A?
We need it. But again, this comes back to the chicken and the egg. It comes back to, we essentially have to pass it to find out what we got.
But currently they could build apartments.
Do whatever
They
they
could
want.
put in a bunch of apartments right here if we don't rezone it. Without us, I mean, it would come before us with architectural overlay,
We at least know what
but
it's.
Well, and
30 people.
I think,
I'm just saying.
I think one of the questions for me is,
And I'm not
If
saying
we-
no.
if we rezone it and then what sort of oversight does the town lose? Because it's no longer BA. It's now R1 or R2. And then also, I just feel like somebody that's asking for this much of a rezoning probably does have some idea of what they're going to do. Maybe we should just have, do you guys have like any sort of idea of how much you would like to develop and how much you would like to sell?
At the moment, that's a bit of a challenging question. I certainly appreciate the position that you guys feel that you're in. Also understanding from a contextual standpoint, when you're looking to develop properties, creating site plans, creating design, creating architectural without having zoning in place is throwing good money at bad effectively. And as I mentioned earlier, I strongly believe, I should say, that the A-Rod helps dictate the look and the feel of this area. And that was the town being very forward-thinking and knowing that a corridor through 550 and Long Green will have to need a certain aesthetic for people. And whether or not we decide what we want it to look like, it has to still align with what the A-Rod is and what would be approved at the time of permit and building. And I think that's going to dictate more than what any developer, whether it's us or somebody else down the future, puts on these parcels, and whether that's individual lot owners that we sell to in the future, or if that's a portion that we go vertical with and sell off other portions. One thing I wanted to just really quickly mention, Jordan's comment about counting the blocks, keeping in mind that a bare minimum, you have to divide the total block count in half because, again, of the zoning requirements needing at least 2 blocks to build upon. It was roughly 113 individual lots when we purchased this property in aggregate. So when you divide that by 2, you can do the quick math. You also lose them along 550 due to just the size of them. They have to be absorbed into other portions to create the proper minimum square footage requirements for the development of those under the current codes, if this was to be approved under those zoning requirements. So that controls, again, density, look, feel, and all of that stuff going forward. We have our vision to essentially create opportunity for a diverse community in this area of town. And I understand how wanting to see it visually can maybe dictate how you might vote this evening. At the same time, like Katie had mentioned in her presentation, if it took us 2 years to put in infrastructure and town change codes, we would have to adapt our plan. So it's very difficult for us to spend an exorbitant amount of money on architectural design and site plans, not knowing what it's going to look like in the future too. So
I think for me, when I realized that it was within the architectural overlay and within slope hazard overlay, that at the very least, we have those kind of protections around what gets built here. I I think it doesn't make sense for this to be a BA and it should be residential. I think that's what we heard. That's what we said. The idea of having 50 more housing units available, whether they're affordable or not, like the town is working on affordable housing. We need all kinds of housing. I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face. We need all kinds of housing to solve the housing crisis we're in. And so knowing that we have the overlay districts, to me, put my mind a little bit more at ease as far as our oversight or the planning commission's oversight. I would be interested in making a motion for the residential rezoning and denying the BP. It sounds like we have kind of more questions, comments, thoughts on what that looks like. I'm just going to put that out there. I think we need these houses. I think we need this to be residential instead of business automotive.
On that note, I wanted to say something before you guys go to make a motion. In the packet, you have the motion with the and with the and strung together. These should all be taken separately because this is a first reading. And so, you know, you're going to have to read each one as first reading of the ordinance and then read that language. And then I would vote on each ordinance before moving on to another motion for the other ordinances.
Thanks, Clayton.
Yeah, that's really helpful. I mean, I think this project has a potentially really large scale, so I think it's really important that we get it right. And that we set forth on a path that creates an outcome that's good for the town and good for property owners as well. I think I think, like Dana said, the slope hazard and the architectural overlay is a little bit of a like a buffer potentially to some of the risk with this development that as I look around at some of the property all over town, there's other land that doesn't have that sort of catchment in case a developer were to want to do something like on this scale, say, for example, on the hillside. I guess there's a slope up there, but I think that this particular development really lends itself to being residential. I'm very comfortable rezoning this property to be developable for housing and for dense housing. And I think that's honestly preferable to a BA zoning where housing is either A, not allowed, or B, there's more square footage taken up for the unit and less square footage available for community members. And so I think these decisions are hard because it's sort of this agenda tonight is hard because it's really asking us to put our votes where our mouth is. And I think if we've been elected to improve the housing situation and help work towards solutions for that, I think we're obligated to make housing zoning work for people who want to develop housing. So that's where I'm coming down on this. And as much as I would like to see the plans and the designs and the development for it and know what it's going to look like and be able to anticipate all sorts of potential challenges and struggles that, what are the roads going to be like and what's the traffic going to be like and what's the, what does the density look like? And there's so many unanticipatable questions at this point in my mind about the entire project. Where's the water coming from? How's the sewer going to work? I mean, it's an endless list at this stage, but I don't think, I'll say this in the negative, which is a little hard, but I don't think that preventing residential zoning in this part of town at this point in in the stage of this project will get us to a desired goal of A, creating more housing, or B, controlling what that potentially looks like in this part of town. Because I think we're going to get to see the designs when the designs are ready. I think we're going to have a lot of questions at that point. We're going to need to ask those hard questions. And we're going to need to, keep really high standards for applicants and development projects. But I think to keep this zoned BA tonight isn't going to benefit our community in a way that we've been tasked to make decisions on behalf of them. So maybe, Katie, at this point, I don't want to cut anyone off. So if anyone has anything else to say, please, by all means, speak up. But would you be willing to put up your screen again with those 3 motions so we can review those? And oh, and it looks like Logan Austin, do you have your hand up again, or is that from before?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment. I feel pretty comfortable speaking for my group. I understand that the BP is a bit of a concern and contentious, so to speak, as far as the total zoning application. I don't necessarily want to complicate the matter at hand, and although I would offer that I do know if the Board of Trustees feels more comfortable in our group pursuing those 3 lots, which, keep in mind, those 3 lots as an additional R2 would effectively only allow 1 more buildable footprint. So, that could be 1 more triplex, potentially a quad or a duplex. We are open to that as far as changing that. I don't know. Clayton might have to give some input on how we would go about changing that request midstream here. Did just want to offer that, though, as far as, more continuity in that whole R2 for that 85 block.
If you wanted me to comment on that, you cannot change it midstream because there's notice requirements. So that's a substantive change to the ordinance, and it would have to be sent back and renoticed before you could change zoning requests like that.
Okay, copy that. Thanks.
So for tonight, that either needs to be voted on as a change from BA to BP or a denial of the request to be changed from BA to BP.
You could vote to move to pass it, you can move to deny it, or you can move to table it. But if you table it, the ordinance will come back the same way as it was presented.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Katie, I think you had a screen that had the all those words on it with the ands. There we go. Thanks. Okay, so that first motion at the top is the one that rezones the BA to the R1A zoning. Would someone like to make that motion?
Sally, if you read it aloud, I will so move.
Okay. Okay.
We can't see the screen.
Oh, yep, got it. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, would someone tonight like to make a motion to move that the recommended conditions set forth in the November 8th, 2022 staff memorandum be taken, and that the Board of Trustees approve the first reading of ordinance 2022-12 for the rezoning of lots 1 through 24, inclusive, block 73, all in town of Silverton, San Juan County, Colorado, less and except any portion lying in between and being within US Highway 550 including but not limited to any part described in claim deed recorded April 28th, 1930 in book 155 at page 206 and April 12th, 1940 in book 168 at page 556 from Business Automobile BA to Single Family Residential District R1A.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, let's do a roll call, please, Matt.
Trustee Davis.
Yes.
Trustee Craniger.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Bierman.
No.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Motion passes 5 yeses, 1 no, 1 recusal.
Okay, in the next motion, would someone like to make a motion to move that the recommended conditions set forth in the November 8th, 2022 staff memorandum be taken, and that the Board of Trustees approve the first reading of ordinance 2022-13 for the rezoning of lots 1, 2, and 3. That's block 85, Town of Silverton, San Juan County, less and except that part, if any, located within the right-of-way for US Highway 550 from Business Automobile BA to Business Pedestrian.
I'd make a motion to deny the rezoning of lots 1, 2, and 3, block 85, Town of Silverton, San Juan County, Colorado, less and except that part, if any, located within the right of way for US Highway 550 from Business Automotive BA to Business Pedestrian BP.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Davis.
Yes.
Trustee Craniger.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Bierman.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Motion to deny passes 6 yeas, 1 recusal.
Okay. I'll do this one more time. Would someone like to make a motion on, let me say this, unless this is something that someone would like to make a motion to deny. I think it makes more sense for me to make a motion in.
I can read it for you, Sally. I got it. I'll make a motion to approve the rezoning of lots 1 through 24 inclusive, block 74, lots 1 through 7 inclusive, and lots 8, 9, and 17, and lots 18 through 24 inclusive, block 86, lots 1 through 11 inclusive, and lots 15 through 24 inclusive, block 87, lots 1 through 24 inclusive, block 88, all Town of Silverton, San Juan County, Colorado, less and except any portion lying and being within US Highway 550, including but not limited to any part described in quitclaim deed recorded April 28th, 1930 in book 155 at page 206 and April 12th, 1940 in book 168 at page 556, block 74, 86, 87, and 88 from Business Automobile BA to Multiple Family Residential District R2.
Second. Sorry, was that to approve or to deny?
Approved.
Okay, thank you. And let's do a roll call, please.
Excuse me, before you get too far down the road, I just want to point out, and it's fine if this is your intent, but you did not make that motion subject to the recommended conditions set forth in the staff memorandum. So if you pass that, it will be without the recommended conditions, and that's totally fine. I just want to make sure you all are aware of what motion is on the table. Before,
Okay.
I don't want to have to go and unwrap it if that's not the motion that you intended to make.
Yes, I would like the suggested conditions. So should I resend my previous motion
No, I think you can just say with suggested conditions.
with suggested conditions?
And then let's have, I couldn't tell who seconded that.
I second.
Jim did.
Sorry. Jim.
Okay. Thank you. And now let's do a roll call, please.
Trustee Davis.
Yes.
Trustee Craniger.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Bierman.
No.
Trustee George.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Motion passes 5 yeses, 1 no, and 1 recusal.
Clayton, did we have the suggested conditions with the rezoning to R1A?
The first motion had it, yes.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for catching us. That's why
Katie,
we
thank you
pay
so
you the
much.
big bucks.
Yeah, that was a lot to unpack and present. Thank you so much. Thanks for everyone else for being here and for weighing in. I think that can conclude this item on our agenda, and we can move on to the next agenda item. So
Well-
Shane, if you're still with us, I think it's time to come back.
Good evening again. All right, so the next item on our agenda is continued from October 24, 2022, new single-family residence within the watershed district, non-jurisdictional wetland located adjacent to Snowden Street between 7th and 8th Streets, lots 22 to 24, block 58. Applicant, property owner are Alexandra and Brendan Gibson.
And I will let Katie introduce this to you all.
And actually, I just need to take a quick bathroom
Can we
break.
take a 2-minute?
So I wonder if anyone else has that same. Yeah, okay.
Tyler did.
A point of privilege where we take a 5-minute break.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great, yes. Okay.
All right, so we'll see everyone at 42.
You could have watched the commies. I prefer the Washington. It's like the name, a good name. That's so hot. You didn't come play poker the other night. I wasn't here. I mean, when I got back when midnight, went home for dinner. So I was bummed that Manny lost that one.
Oh, that was nuts. I did not go that low.
I didn't, I talked to so many people and I was like, oh, in the bag.
I did not see it.
No, no. I was kind of crushed. Like, oh, but I mean, not that I love Pete, obviously. Great guy. I just thought, man, he'll be fun. So just real shocker. I'm pretty
All right, let me know when everyone in the room's ready to go.
Love it.
There you go. We're making tea and eating candy.
I'm jealous.
72 Dolphins in the.
All right, so we are now going to resume the meeting. Katie, the floor is yours.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. With the helmet catch.
Thank you. Okay. So before you talk,
Yep, we have everyone.
There was one.
ready?
You're good to go, Katie.
All right, thank you. Okay. So on Snowden Street, new single family residence, as you're aware, this was continued from a prior meeting. However, you haven't discussed it at all yet. So I'm going to go through the staff report. I know you're used to seeing this. I did want to note that there was a correction I wanted to make reference in the staff report where on page 3, I had stated section 13 to 170, but that was actually supposed to state 13 to sorry, my screen's blocked, 13,270. So I apologize, but I did want to correct that and thank you for having a good town attorney who edits very well. So I apologize, I didn't get it updated in the staff report in time for you, so I wanted to reference it tonight. So as you're aware of the project location, you are adjacent to the currently unimproved Snowden Street. There is plans in place to construct that street, which will then allow access into this property. The zone district for this property is single family residential district R1A, and you can see on the zoning map, the other properties around it are also. So a single family residence is permitted by right in the zone district. This came up with the town because when the town hall was notified that people were looking to potentially construct on here, so you can see on this open streets map that we saw the green and therefore triggered our questions about the wetlands on the property. So the applicant has had the wetland delineated. And it has gone through Army Corps of Engineers. This is defined by them as a non-jurisdictional wetland. I know there's a lot of questions in the community and also by the Planning Commission had requested further information from the Army Corps. That was included in your staff report after it was requested, and Planning Commission also had taken a look at it. So it is clearly not a jurisdictional wetland by the Army Corps of Engineer. With that said, it is still a delineated wetland. So what you're looking at tonight is a water quality permit. This water quality permit is based on construction in this area and the town code requirements. And this is where you're really reviewing what does your town code allow and what does it require. So trying to kind of break it down simply through the staff report of, in a way that is pointed out by public comments received earlier on this, you don't have a lot of clear regulations on wetlands, and therefore we're going to be addressing what does exist that can be reviewed by the Board of Trustees in relation to this application tonight. So as noted, you have the correspondence from U.S. Army Corps of Engineer. No one is arguing the fact that this is a wetland. It is a wetland. However, as stated, the town does not have many regulations for wetlands. There are no mitigation requirements. There's also no setback requirements and no disturbance limits within a wetland. So if this was jurisdictional through the Army Corps of Engineer, the applicant would be going through them. They did go through them and they were given their letter that stated it was non-jurisdictional. So that validation from the Army Corps of Engineers is valid for 5 years. So now what you're looking at is coming into the town in the town regulations that exist today that this could fall under. So under Chapter 13, Article 2, watershed protection, you have regulated activities and you have a purpose statement, and that is that the town has determined that activities set forth may harm the town's waterworks or pollute the town's water supply. Subject to the exceptions provided for, that it shall be unlawful for any person to engage in any of the specified activities within the area of the town's jurisdiction. So under that includes alterations, improvements, or modifications of any water course. And then skipping down to the definition of water course, that does include wetlands. And so due to the location of wetlands being identified on the subject parcel, the proposed alteration, meaning the construction of the proposed house and associated improvements, does fall under the town's jurisdiction, and the applicant is required to receive the permit from the town authorizing activity. So the applicant went to Public Works, and the Public Works director did look at this, and they looked at what they're looking at may harm the town's waterworks or pollute the town's water supply. It was determined by the town engineer, consulting engineer reviewed plans, as did the Public Works director, that this was going to not impact the town waterworks. With that stated, skipping through some of the regulations here that are relevant. Focusing on the regulations that are applicable to your application before you tonight. You have a permit transfer under this water quality permit. And under this section of code, it actually states that the permit cannot be, if approved, a permit cannot be transferred or assigned to any other person, a different premise, or a new, different, or changed operation, and any such change shall require a new permit application. So staff just wanted to note that this is in the code. The submitted permit is being applied by Tim Moore Architects, representing Alexandra and Brendan Gibson. So the applicant, essentially Alexandra and Brendan Gibson, the property owners, if they decided to sell the property prior to beginning grading work, a new property owner would be required to apply for a new watershed permit. So this does not get carried over with the land. It's tied specifically to the owner and their proposed residence that they have submitted to the town Public Works Department. So going through applicable regulations, you have permit review. The director, meaning Public Works Director through Chapter 13 of the town code, shall take under consideration and evaluate prior to the application going before a public hearing before the Board of Trustees. So as I noted, John Seitz, the Public Works Director, reviewed the application materials and did recommend approval of the watershed permit, determining that the proposed single-family residence will not impact and or present or create a foreseeable risk of injury to the town's waterworks or the town's water supply. The review of documents that were submitted included a geotech engineering study, a hydrograph report, site plan, drainage plan, stormwater plan, and erosion control plan, along with a custom soils report. Silverton applicable regulation 13 to 140 permit terms and conditions says that the Board of Trustees may approve this application with conditions if they so choose. Staff's recommending the one condition, which was included in your staff report. I'll note that public comments were received at the Planning Commission meeting, and you also heard Planning Commission meetings at the beginning of this meeting prior to the public hearing, an opening for public comment during this specific item. And as noted earlier by the town attorney, we're going to incorporate those public comments that were received into the record so that you can reflect on those during this agenda item. The Planning Commission met on this on November 1st, and they reviewed the additional application they had requested, which included the extra email from Tucker Fader with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and also an email correspondence from the property owner, Brendan Gibson. He did get a hold of Mr. Fader by phone, and he submitted a summary of his phone conversation with Mr. Fader and submitted that via email, and that was included to the Planning Commission, and then you've also received it in your packet for tonight. The Planning Commission recommendation did move to approve with the one suggested condition, and that motion passed 4-1. One commissioner abstained, but that was only because they had missed the first meeting where a bulk of the discussion had taken place. So staff requested that they abstain because they hadn't heard the full testimony and discussion between the two meetings that it was held at with Planning Commission. Staff is recommending the Board of Trustees approve with the one suggested condition as referenced in the staff report. And then we had given you the suggested motion. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more because I know you received a lot of public comments, and I know that there's a lot of thought going into this application, and I don't want to make it sound like staff has dismissed the wetlands completely by supporting this application. We reviewed it based on your code language and what we see you have in the town code for Silverton. If there were mitigation requirements, if there was setback, no disturbance areas, that we would have reviewed it based on those, and we probably would have had potentially a different answer in our recommendation for you. But we are not taking the wetlands lightly, but we're taking the application based on your code requirements, and therefore we are recommending that you approve this with that one recommended condition. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, but I'm happy to elaborate on anything or answer any more questions as always.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe we do have the applicant with us. If we could promote them to panelists.
And that should be Brandon Gibson should be on.
Are you Brandon?
Alex.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. In person. Great.
Hello.
Oh, there you go. That's why.
All right, I'm Brendan Gibson, along with my wife. I'm the owner of Block 58, lots 22 to 24. As Katie said, the Planning Commission recommended that you approve this, and I'd urge you to do that as well, obviously. But there's been a lot of public comment in opposition to this, and I'd just like to address a few of these things. First off, I just want to say that we're not aiming to drain any wetlands or destroy any wetlands around here. The Army Corps of Engineers have said this is non-jurisdictional wetland. People are concerned that that's only because they've changed the rules in the last few years. I can confirm that that is not the case. 20 years ago, this was a wetland, drained into the Animas River via 2 drainages under Green Street. That no longer happens, either due to drought or to road building in the last 20 years. It no longer drains, and one of the culverts under Green Street has actually clogged up and wouldn't drain anyway. The National Wetland Survey has not mentioned this area as a wetland. The Colorado Wetland Survey has a possible fen about 500 feet away from this area, but not on this property at all. The master plan, which a lot of people are concerned about, mentions wetlands and protecting them quite a lot. And it specifically points out where those wetlands are, and none of those areas are where this property is. I don't want to upset people by having this approved and having us build a house. We don't want to hurt wetlands. You know, me and my family, we volunteer with the Sageland Collaborative. We restore wetlands. We love wetlands. We agree with all these things that people are saying about wetlands. This house won't damage any wetlands, and I urge you to follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve this. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we may have some questions for you as the discussion continues. So now, any trustee discussion before we open up public comment? Or any questions for Katie or the applicant?
Katie, you said that if you sell the parcel, the watershed permit would not be associated with the parcel?
Correct.
So to like get it black and white, if there's a house there and they sold the house, the permit actually wouldn't be associated with the house.
Once they build the house, then they basically are fine. And so that's why the condition states prior to a grading permit.
Okay.
So you have to have some kind of a threshold for that. But yeah, if the biggest thing is if they sold the property prior to building, somebody couldn't just come in, say I have a permit. They have to submit the new plans and have those new house plans reviewed by the town engineer and Public Works to determine if and then they would go through a water permit also.
Thank you for the clarification.
Great. Any other trustee questions?
Yeah, I just had one. when the Public Works Director is looking at approving or denying something based on our code, the two things that he can approve or deny it on are whether or not it will affect our water supply and whether or not it will affect our watershed. And I'm wondering if our Public Works Director is indeed an expert on a watershed and what that exactly means. We all know that the thing is not close enough to our water supply for it to make a difference, but what exactly does the watershed mean, and why can he approve it based on his knowledge of what our watershed is?
Thank you, Tyler. We have John Seitz on Zoom. And so, John, I'd welcome your input.
Yes, Tyler, I did miss some of that as I was becoming a panelist. Do you mind summarizing your?
Yeah, no worries. So you can approve or deny the application based on whether or not it affects the water supply of town or whether or not it affects the watershed. And I know that you're an expert on the water supply and where we get our water and how we handle that. Are you an expert on the watershed and how it may affect the watershed?
No, it's stated as water works.
Okay.
Or water supply.
And
so my perspective on the subject was, I don't see how that this particular construction project could affect our water or sewer mains, manholes. Obviously, our water supply and source is far away from this particular wetland. And I do acknowledge that this is a wetland, but I don't see how that affects our infrastructure any more or less than any other house that's built in town.
Okay. Thank you.
Sally.
I can save this question for later too, if this is not the time to ask it, but I know it doesn't request in our code that someone building a home or a developer of any sort, single family or otherwise, in this case, be required to, I think it was mentioned in some public comment, like the exchange of wetland restoration for development on wetlands. But would it be possible to inquire from the applicant whether they might be willing to consider such an exchange?
Do that.
Or to participate
Clayton,
in
is
a
that
project
something you
that's
can
sort of
field, or?
ongoing that needs support, or I don't.
Sally would definitely consider something like that.
Did you hear that, Sally?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, cool. Any other trustee questions for staff or the applicant before opening up public comment? Sounds like no. So we will go ahead and open public comment, noting that we've incorporated by reference the comments made at the beginning of the meeting. So if you have anything new to say, we welcome that. But this is an open period where anyone can come up and speak either in person or on Zoom, and we'll start with in person.
Hi, my name is Andrew. I realized I was up here earlier with my grandma. I was just here to support her. She's been feeling under the weather today. I'm a sixth generation Silvertonian. I'm here tonight to support saving the wetlands, but I'm also here to say there has to be a middle ground. There has to be reached where between everyone, including all the taxpayers, including Mr. Gibson. We realize that we're not anti-development. We're not NIMBYs. We really just want to protect our natural resources in town. Numerous wetland programs exist, including the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Wetlands Program. It's a voluntary incentive-based program. There's other programs such as the Colorado Wetland Program out there that we can work with. With winter here, this community can take a step back, look at alternative programs, and come together on a solution that works for everyone. Speaking of the code, which has been referenced a lot here,
I did not see anything from the director or the town from John's site specifically mentioning the watershed. I saw a slope hazard in the packet that was presented, but I didn't see his actual recommendation on the watershed. I also didn't see anything from the consulting engineers of the town. So I was curious about that, why that was not included in the town packet. I just want to note that they found water at 3 feet during the 4-year drought that we just recently went in. They found that at 2021. I just want to know, as a taxpayer downstream, what happens when they open up that water? Where does that water go? Because does it have to go downstream to other people? And I think that's kind of what Tyler was alluding to and noting that, like, we don't know what's under this wetland. And that's why we've brought in experts tonight to talk about that, because we really don't know what's under there and how much groundwater is there. And honestly, it could be a problem for your building and sustainability of that building as well. So, which was noted in the geothermal study. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Do we have any other in-person comment? So are we.
Julian Roberts. So a couple points. First, as Tyler stated, where our water supply is nowhere near where this particular development is happening. And so I question the applicability of this particular of John Site's particular overview of this project. I think a larger watershed study by some of our local nonprofit organizations would be a wise decision, just to take that into consideration. And to that point, the larger perspective of our watershed is that we are the headwaters for 400,000 people. The question of notification, I think, to some of our other residents is also one that I would like to bring up, in that as far as like the dispersion of water from a potential project, if in fact the water table is only as high as 3 feet. The second, or the next, is the definition of non-jurisdictional wetlands. A very accepted definition is this. It means a wetland that is not subject to regulation by federal law, but is, however, can be regulated pursuant to state or municipal or county law. The next is 50 feet is a generally accepted buffer by any municipalities or states that do protect wetlands. And I wonder if that is like a general, this project is within that accepted buffer pursuant. I also, again, want to reiterate, and this is my larger point, is that it's not just about this project. I think there is a larger protection of our wetlands that needs to take place, and this would simply open a trap door to continue these kinds of development projects before we readdress our town code. And I think that is a really, that could be a questionable decision. I know that if I had adopted something and said, hey, like, this is what I'm going to be doing, and someone said, hey, but I have this other thing that you could do that might be in conflict with what you said you were going to do, I don't know if I could accept that. And so I would ask that you guys table this decision until there is some further research done by some of our local nonprofits that maybe you guys would be willing to nudge to go out and do some digging, because we have a lot of really great people who care about the water and the our natural resources here in this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Jake Kurzweil again. Is it possible to bring up a map? Is that a reality? A map, Google Maps. So I appreciate your point, Mr. Gibson, and I disagree with you completely. We have defined this as a wetland. If you're going to build on top of it, you are taking away from a wetland. That is plain and simple. Whether or not it's jurisdictional or not. I'm your neighbor. I'm a scientist. I implore you to come talk to me. The definition is that there must be a stream channel that connects to a navigable waterway. Two of those would be the Animas or a Mineral Creek. They are in fact connected by a channel, but according to law, it could take place if there is a physical separation of the waters that is artificial, such as a dike, barrier structure, including a road. There are 3 roads that impound that. If we were able to pull up a Google image, I could show you 3 defined orifices, which are emergences from a wetland that are groundwater, that have defined channels that are inhibited and restricted by multiple sources. If the town has the ability to set forward legislation or statutes that protect wetlands, I implore you to do that. If you do not, I think you might have standings to go against the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers ruling. I work with them constantly on multiple projects. I'd be happy to be a liaison between the 2 of you. If you are going to pull it up, I could show you those. So if we come over here, the wetland in question is actually right up in this location, and you can actually see there is a defined channel right up here next to Castillos.
Everyone see? Can everyone see?
So
I've got a screen share from online too.
There's actually 3 locations in which we see emergencies. The first is actually abutting this road right here, and we see water flowing through it almost daily. I walk my dog here all the time. The second one is well defined in this location, and in this area
Jake,
is what. Yes.
Can you use the mouse to point those out maybe so we can see where you're pointing?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
First one is over here. Yep. The second one is this location here. And the third location is over here, which is what people are referring to as a fen. And a fen is a very specific type of wetland. This groundwater fen has a minimum of 40 centimeters of peak. They're incredibly rare. They're the largest carbon stores that our Earth has. These systems are well connected. If you alter one of them, the other area will be impacted. I'm not sure who did the analysis to say that there wouldn't be deleterious impacts to the wetland further down, but as a hydrologist that focus on wetland restoration, I can tell you that there would be a negative impact. I implore you to look deeper into this. This decision isn't just about one house. This is about wetlands in our community. These are keystone habitat. I'm here to help.
Thank you.
I think, sorry, Ian Tanner, I think that is all that needs to be said. Somebody who lives here, who walks that land every day, there's no better suggestion for advice. I think it's as simple as that. So with respect, I think you already have your answer.
Thank you. Any other in-person comment this evening?
That's all.
Okay, great. And I don't see any raised hands on Zoom, but I'll just ask one more time. If anyone on Zoom has a comment, please click the raise hand button now. All right, seeing none, we're going to close public comment and move on to trustee discussion. Who'd like to kick it off?
I'll start. These were designated previously, and I know I read the emails that we got saying that they've lost their jurisdictional designation. But what people should realize is that that designation, the definitions for that designation have also changed based on whether or not the EPA or the Army Corps of Engineers had the funding. So it's not, it fit this perfect definition before and now it doesn't. The definition changed. The goalposts changed. And a lot of that had to do with whether or not these agencies were being funded. And I would like to point out that over the past 5 years, because of certain cuts in budgets of these agencies, that a quarter of Colorado's stream miles and wetlands have lost their protection, and at a federal level. So the The sad thing is when we lost our jurisdictional designation, it should have been, it was incumbent upon this board in the county to go in and then put protections on them. And we didn't update our code to protect those. But just because the feds decide to change how they're going to designate things every 5 years, doesn't mean it's not a wetlands. There's plenty of people here tonight that have said it's a wetlands. We've had a scientist say it's a wetlands. Our county planner said nobody's arguing that it's not a wetlands. It's a wetlands. I don't think we're arguing about the definition. So the question now is, do we, because we were remiss in updating our code to protect this, this property and these wetlands, are we required to follow the law and allow this to be built and say, well, we didn't, we didn't catch up and update our code in time. And so now we need to allow this to happen. Or should we reconsider and think of other alternatives that we could do to maybe try and protect these? And also the property owners need to, property owners have rights. They pay taxes on the property. They should be able to build on the property, but at the same time, this isn't just something that you can build on and then you can recreate somewhere else. Wetlands are incredibly hard to recreate. We've heard from all sorts of folks that have been working in the county to try and recreate wetlands, and it is really, really hard. And finally, the idea that only disturbing a portion of the wetlands may not affect the rest of it just isn't true. According to the American Audubon Society, that partial wetland loss can add stress to the remaining wetlands. And then for example, if fewer wetlands are available to filter pollutants from surface waters, those pollutants could become more concentrating in the remaining wetlands. So we're not just talking about a small area right here that's not going to affect the rest of the wetlands, the fin that's down further. And I guess, what's more important for us, or what sort of compromises can we make, or what sort of alternatives can we come up with to make sure that we can protect something that's really important, and also help serve the property owners and see if we can help them move along, maybe on an alternative path or something. But I think that just because a board was remiss previously in doing the right thing doesn't mean that we should be. And so we're going to continue. I think that we should continue to work on saving this. This is not rebuildable. And I would just like to add one last thing here that if I can find it. Oh, well, it's all right. It's anyway, so I really think it's important to try and save these wetlands, and they're one of the only wetlands we actually have in city limits. And again, Colorado, we've lost protections for 75% of our state wetlands. And if we don't start acting to protect them, the state's not going to have many wetlands left. And we've already heard about how important they are for, biodiversity and things like that. So.
Thanks, Tyler. Yeah, go for it, Jordan.
No, I was just gonna kind of echo what Tyler was saying. I'm ardently opposed to any construction on or destruction of our wetlands that we have in town. And unfortunately, we didn't put those protections in place before, but I'm very much opposed to this.
Yeah, and the other thing I would add was at the meeting where we approved the road, sadly I was unavailable. I was on a search and rescue call, but I would have made that argument then had I been here. And I apologize, I couldn't make it, but I was doing my other job, so.
I also want to clarify for everyone who's listening that I don't believe that we were told about this issue at that meeting where the road was discussed. We weren't advised about any wetland impact. And so that was not part of our consideration when that decision was made. Jim, Dana, Jeff, Sally, in any particular order?
I'm a fan of the wetlands, and we just approved a really big development. So I think we have some work to do on our codes moving forward.
I just want to clarify, we approved a rezoning. We didn't approve a development yet.
Well, sorry, yes, so we approved rezoning with the potential of development. Good catch.
I have a couple questions. Are there, and I think I just want to make sure that we're kind of, I think this is a board that's really sympathetic and really feels strongly about environmental resources and environmental resource protection. And I'm wondering just how tied are our hands, sort of legally, I guess, and procedurally, because again, you know, not bumping up against code restrictions, that would be the trigger for us as a town council in the roles that we're playing tonight to prevent development. You know, it would have, is my understanding. So I guess I want to clarify, you know, what are some of the triggers that, what are some of the legal options that we would have as a town council in this role tonight to stop a house being built in this location? I'm also wondering if there are organizations other than the Army Corps of Engineers that can officially or legally declare a wetland designation. You know, we obviously have really highly qualified scientists in the room. We've heard from them. We walk our dogs and we know where willows live, but you know, when it comes to making decisions as a town, I think we want to make sure that we're doing that with the right foundations in place. So, you know, the question is, what legally triggers the stop on the project? What organizations can potentially identify or legally designate wetlands besides the Army Corps of Engineers? There's a public comment about an environmental impact statement. So when, at what point do we need environmental impact statements or studies? And I think, sorry, let me just double check my really scratchy notes here. Oh, yep, okay. And then I had another question that's sort of beyond the scope of this individual project, but given the nature of this project and some of the conversations we've been having, I think this is a really important time to offer some direction. I know that we're looking at code revisions and code audits and analysis. This is clearly one of those moments where it seems like that's absolutely essential, and it seems like we're a little bit behind the ball on this. And so, you know, looking at like, how does this project sort of fit within the time frame of that code analysis is my third part of that.
If I could jump in also with a comment and a question I think is completely within the framework of Sally's question. And I think, Clayton, when you jump in with your response, you could address everything all at once, if that's all right. So I think framing that similar but different for me is that we need to do the right thing, both ethically and procedurally. And it feels like in this case, those two things potentially have a conflict. That if we do the right thing procedurally, we're going to remove a wetland. If we do the right thing ethically, we're not going to follow the proper procedure. And so my question is, like, is that actually the case? Do we have that conflict? And does that discussion need to be had in an executive session?
Well, I want to make one thing clear, and that is, I don't think you can assume that, you know, ethically there's a right and a wrong way here. I mean, I understand that, of course, it sounds like the board wants to preserve wetlands, but there is no, you know, ethical evaluation of preserving wetlands as being like good versus evil and doing the right thing versus the wrong thing. It's obviously the board's intent to, by your conversation, to preserve the wetlands. That's understandable, but I don't think it's an, you know, I don't think it's an ethical issue that's I can give you any legal analysis on. It's just it's an opinion that the board shares seemingly unanimously. Regarding your options, I mean, this is right in the middle of board decision-making territory. I think there is enough language in Article 2 of Chapter 13 for you to discuss either tabling this or denying the application because you don't feel that the requirements have been met. You've heard discussion about watershed issues and, you know, watershed by definition is that land that channels rainfall or snowmelt or spring water into creeks, rivers, streams. And if you're not convinced that your watershed is not being changed or possibly diverted or polluted by this particular development, I think you do have some, you know, authority in there, not based on some ethical obligation, but based on like legitimate government concerns regarding runoff and flooding and other issues on how this could affect the town. That said, you know, procedurally, it's your decision to make whether or not to approve the application or not. Planning Commission does not have as much discretion, and they were given, you know, a lesser set of facts because they didn't have the same people come and comment. They didn't have all the same information. They didn't get the exact same packet that you are receiving because they weren't the final decision maker. And so, you know, I think you have two, I think you should look at it from two different points of view. And not, you know, I don't think you should bring ethics into it. I think it should be based on, if you were to move forward with it, you know, if you decide they've met the watershed protection issue, then you should move forward with it. I think that is the only issue left for you to decide on. If you're not satisfied that they've met the watershed protection issue, then that could be a basis to deny it. And I think you could go either way. I don't think your hands are tied in either direction.
I'd just like to make a quick clarification that the code that I was interpreting stated waterworks and water supply, not watershed. So our water supply can't physically, because of the laws of gravity, be affected by this particular wetland. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Seitz. And I'm not trying to confuse the issue. I'm pointing out that there are multiple areas, and that is true when they talk about the engineer or the director waiving requirements. They're talking about waterworks and water supply, but there are references throughout the section to the watershed issue, and it's called a watershed permit. there's not a great definition of watershed. The code isn't all encompassing, but there is, I think, enough information in there for you to apply your discretion either way. I don't think the board should feel obligated to make one decision or another based on that procedural question that you asked me.
Thank you. And then Sally, you had some questions that also pertain to a response from Katie.
Those are questions about organizations that identify wetlands that fall. They were sort of a little bit more specific down the road of what information, how we consider the information that's before us, what organizations can designate wetlands, and what triggers an EIS. And I guess now that I've just been listening, my other question is what modifications could be made to the design of this structure? You know, if we had something in our code that said that this was a wetland, what modifications would we potentially look at making? And is that even a thing? Is that possible to do?
So starting with the basic environmental impact statements and environmental impact analysis are required for projects throughout different jurisdictions based on the scope of the project, but that is outlined in the code. And so that's kind of another part of the code in Silverton that is missing, is having that requirement for certain scale developments. So trying to stay on point with the application before us tonight, there's not a specific requirement in the code for it. Going into who has that delineation or for the wetlands designations, along with the Army Corps, you have the delineation done and reviewed by the Army Corps, but you also have normally the town is reviewing that. And that's why I think you have John Sight said it here and I said it also, and you have no one's disputing it's not a wetland. It is a wetland. The question is, does the town code permit this or not based on the language in the code? So you could have people review the engineering reports, such as how the town did with their consulting town engineer. But really your biggest, what you really would do is have that code analysis show what you could have done with wetlands in your code. And that there's numerous examples of where the town could go. And I don't know if this is the time and place to get into that. It's not as easy as saying we want to limit disturbance within a wetland and we want to have a 25-foot setback, so buffer from a wetland. So you're going to say you have a wetland and then you're going to have a 25-foot buffer and there's going to be no disturbance. It gets into, do you want to allow a soft surface trail potentially in the future in a wetland? If so, you can't say no disturbance of any kind. You're going to allow temporary disturbance. So there's a lot of different resources out there, a lot of methods you could look at, and it's not one size fits all for all communities. You'd really want to analyze it and know what's best. Maybe you want no disturbance, no trails, no anything through a wetland, but that's going to come into a problem if you have wetlands and you want to go across them, potentially with a trail connection in the future. So it's not really a one size fits all answer. I can give you numerous examples, but I also don't want to get off track here unless that's something requested of the Board of Trustees. So I'll kind of leave it at that until you ask more specific questions. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Katie.
Jim or Dana?
You go first.
We've talked a lot about the master plan tonight. We just keep talking about it. That's why we said it was so important. That's why you all know it was so important. And in the master plan, we talk about housing, we talk about environmental natural assets, and we talk about responsible land use and development and other things. But those seem to be the things that are we're all circling around here. And you could go extremes on all of those. You could say housing is the top priority. We should build tons of housing everywhere we possibly can. forget everything else. You could say environment and natural assets is the most important. We should tear down all the residents that are here and restore it to what it used to be. Responsible land use and development, that's a little bit more nuanced in the language. Interesting. So I think there's extremes in all of these. And right now we're dealing with a particular applicant and a particular property and a particular parcel of land. And a couple of values that I hold are, in general, I value private property and folks being generally able to do what they are able to do within the code with their private property. I might not like their paint color. I might not like their roof color. I might not like the style of their house, but I don't own that property. If I wanted to control what was happening there, I could buy it. If I wanted to control the view near me, I could buy the lot. However, I feel like what we're coming up against right now is we have a master plan that has a ton of community's input, and I don't think these values are in conflict. And we have a code that isn't quite aligned with our master plan yet. And that's why I think we're in this interesting position, where as trustees, we're kind of bound by the code because that's our current law. And that's what an applicant has to go through for the process. I don't think it's quite fair for us to change the process right under the feet of somebody. But then we also have these values in our master plan that potentially would bring changes to our code down the line. And so broad picture, kind of what Sally was saying, really appreciate an effort capitalizing on some of our experts in this community, capitalizing on some of our federal partners to make sure we have a plan that updates our code. To Tyler's point, this has fallen through the cracks. We've had a variety of reasons why that might have happened. And now we have an opportunity with our master plan to bring alignment to our code, whether it's for housing development, whether it's for environmental protection, to align our code with our actual processes and our master plan. But I'm kind of stuck here right now with what the code allows us to do and what our overall values down the road are. So I think it's a challenge at the moment. That does bring clarity, but that's where I'm sitting right now.
Good.
It's all you, Jim.
Thanks so much. Feel like we're in a good old fashioned pickle. We're a base runner about to get thrown out at second. That's how I feel. We want to score. We want to advance. We want to do the right thing, but is it the right thing? I am 110% about personal property rights. I am also 110% about preserving the beautiful, pristine country that's immediately around us. That's why we're all here. 2.5 years ago, we fought for the wetlands just up the street. This is a tough one. What's on the books versus what we really want. What is just and what we can justify. We've heard from experts and damn it, I wish Dr. Jake was here earlier to learn more about that particular wetland right here. But this is where we're at tonight. We tabled this wanting more information. And I personally, I feel like we need more information. We still need more information. And I am not one to kick things down the road. I don't believe in that. But this is a real tough one. And I feel like we still don't have enough information to make a decision as a board of trustees. And one that would satisfy both the landowner and our community, because I know what I personally would do. But I also know what is probably the right thing to do. We had a beautiful, eloquent letter produced by Clayton, read through it several times. There are options. And what are we as trustees willing to do? And what avenues are we willing to take? is there compromise with regards to this, this topic? I don't know. I really don't. And if there was compromise, I would say, you know, move the building 10 feet over this way. I don't have the power to do that. I don't think any of us do. But what we do have is information and the availability of gathering additional information. And I think we need to be doing that. That's my opinion. We need to gather additional information before moving forward on this. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't have anything new to add beyond what's already been said. I'm hearing quite a bit of opposition to the specific application. I'm also hearing requests for more information. And then I'm hearing some support for the application. So we seem to be thinking a lot of different things. Is there a direction that someone would like to propose with respect to this application?
I wonder if it would maybe be helpful to know what kinds of questions we could answer. Like if we're seeking more information, if we want some more information from Clayton, if we want some more information from the applicant, if we need more information from Katie and our planning department, to then give clear direction to the applicant or to Clayton or to Katie, like, I agree that we sort of feel stuck and would like more information, but I'm not quite sure what that information is to make a request for someone to produce it.
Yeah, it's kind of like it would be nice if the information we could request is like, how does this not become a wetland so that we can approve this project? Like, we're just stuck. I mean, it's just such a difficult, I think everyone has named the exact problem in making this decision, and we've named those issues. And I think once, for me at this stage in our discussion, once there's a hole in the ground, you know, there's no going back. It's not really like this is a situation where we can sort of rectify it or fix it once it's happened. And so, you know, I would hate to push us in the direction where we're sort of at a point of no return, but delaying something that's inevitable because of where we are with our code also feels unfair to the applicant and the property owner. So I'm stuck. If we need to make a decision, I think I want to know if we have to make a decision. Like, does tabling really get us? What does tabling get us if it's going to mean that I'm not sure what information we eventually get that helps us make this any better. It just seems like it's a hard decision to make and we're in a difficult position.
Well, I would just like to point out that what Clayton said earlier, that based on the wording, we do have legal options to deny this if we're not convinced that pollution, runoff, flooding are not being addressed. And I don't believe those are. And so I'm happy to make a motion to deny this application. And then one of the other reasons I would like to just add that I would deny it is that if we allow building here in the beginning, at the headlands of this wetland, I imagine that it's going to be precedent setting for the rest of it, if indeed the one building itself doesn't kill the wetland, which it could, based on all of some of the testimony we've had here and some of what, you know, I've read other places, and that if you take a piece of a wetland, there's a good chance that that rest of the wetland is going to suffer. And then finally, just, you know, before we take this to a vote, I would like to just read this to everybody. Natural systems are priceless in value and nearly impossible to replace. but they can be cheap to maintain. All you have to do is defend them. And that's what I think that we should be doing here tonight.
Clayton, can I ask a quick, or Katie, a quick clarifying question? If this did get built, do we still have options in our code development to provide more stringent protections for our wetlands? Like, does this have to be precedent setting if we were to change our code in the future?
This particular decision is only about this application. So, you know, this doesn't create a precedent. There's no vested right in a property owner to use their property just because it's zoned or set a certain way until you permit it that way. So this is just for this application. We do have opportunity to discuss broader issues of wetlands and your options in a executive session. But I will say, you know, there's been a lot of discussion that, hey, we don't have anything about any wetland protection in our code. And I don't know if I agree with that 100%. I think, of course, it could be better. But, you know, I've been looking at this code a lot. And based on some of your questions have kind of come up with a different line of thinking, not different from my my attorney memorandum that I provided you, but just kind of a logical conclusion from this. You know, I think whoever wrote this was definitely considering wetlands. The definition of water course includes wetlands. And then when you go to section 13260, for example, and part 7, it says that a permit is required before you can alter, improve, or modify any water course, which includes the definition of wetland. So to me, what that says is that this is giving the board discretion to issue that permit, kind of like a conditional use permit. You don't have a use by right. If you're going to possibly damage or improve or modify a water course, the board has that determination. Now, that doesn't come without all risks, as you guys have discussed, but you certainly have the option based on the language in this to make a decision in either way, based on the effects it would have on, you know, or what the impacts it might have on these functions for the town, which includes protecting the watershed, which is in the first paragraph of the which is in the purpose statement of Article 2 of Chapter 13. So I think you have more maybe than you think you do. And I want to iterate that you have an option here. It needs to be done for the right reasons. Not right as in ethical, but right as in based on a true government, like a true concern for the community, and not necessarily just for environmental impact reasons. So just be careful how you think about it. You have the code in front of you. You have options. So again, I think your hands are not tied, but again, decisions don't come without risk. So especially in this particular instance.
To clarify, Katie, if this was denied, the applicant can come back with a potentially alternative proposal to this planning commission or the board?
Correct, I believe. So sometimes in the code, it states you cannot return within a certain amount of time. I don't think I've seen that for this. I'm not sure if Clayton has. When I was writing the staff report, I did not see it. So I'm pretty confident that it's not, there's no clause in the code that says you can't return, but I can't say for 100% without double checking.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Do we want to hear any more from the applicant? Last time we heard a little more. Was there anything else?
I'd be open for that.
you have anything else to say, Mr.
I
Gibson?
have a question. So if you don't approve this and a road doesn't get built past someone's holiday house, would we be able to get some guidelines as to what we could possibly build on that land? We've already spent tens and tens of thousands of dollars working with the city for 2 years. It would be good to get the city's help back to let us know what we can actually do on this property. Thanks.
That's a great question. And that comes back to compromise. The question
Yes.
was about coming back.
Can the city give us some guidelines if we had to change our plans? What parameters we could work with?
I would make a suggestion to the board that based on what I think it was you, Tyler, who had said why you feel like it does not meet the code. How you would need the applicant to show that he complies with the code in that part that you feel he does not meet. So that's up to you as a board of how that would happen, but how his design would comply.
Thanks, Katie. I think we have the co-applicant who would like to speak to. Matt, do you think we could? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, so we have a large portion of our property that is actually on dry land. So we're wondering, what would the town be able to approve in the future that we could build on that part of the land? We don't have to cut down any willows. So is that something that we could talk about in the future?
Like, would a shift in the setback requirements potentially?
No, it's just the size of the proposed development, a much smaller development.
I mean, is potentially modifying the setback requirements, which is something.
Well, no, I'm saying that there's half of the property that doesn't have a single willow on it. Are we able to build on that part of the property?
Are you disturbing wetlands?
I think will you have access to it? Is the road then going to be still?
Well, the road's already been approved and the road actually levels half of our property that's been approved. I don't think you guys are understanding that part of the equation. The road that's already been approved levels half of our property to allow that road to go in, to develop the 200+ lots on Shrine Hill. The only way the sewer goes in is through that road that has been proposed that actually cuts our property in half. I don't think you guys are understanding the magnitude of this project. The road has already been approved, right? That road approval process cuts our property in half, cuts like 5 willows off the property.
Again, I wasn't here to approve the road, and if the road is disturbing wetlands, I am also,
I don't know, Tyler, I feel like you were in that meeting.
I certainly would have remembered it. I believe we were.
Well, you were the one who had motioned to approve a smaller footage based off of 100 feet of a road. You were the one who approved that.
In the end of July meeting, I was not.
No, it wasn't July. It was a couple of weeks ago.
it was like a month ago, you had said, I approve the road to go into this part of town. You approved the smaller road footage that went past our property that cut into the willows. The road cuts into the willows.
The road disturbs the wetlands.
It does, and you approve that.
Then I was absolutely mistaken. If I had known that there were wetlands there, I wouldn't have approved it.
No, it's not, it's non-jurisdictional.
Non-jurisdictional, I'm sorry, I'm not going to argue with you. Non-jurisdictional changes based on where the goalposts have been moved for the Army Corps and the EPA and what money they have.
No, Tyler,
Non-jurisdictional
the road that is there already ruined existing wetlands. The road that has been approved will cut down much fewer willows than the existing road did. I don't think the town, and I don't think you guys are really educated about what has been approved and what has been in process for the past couple of years. We could build something on our property that is 10 feet wide, 20 feet long, that doesn't disturb any willows. It's volcanic clay. And we did 120 pages of research that stated that. So if you don't want us to cut the willows down, we can propose another building that doesn't cut anything down. So I'm asking you guys, what can we do?
So the conflict I'm hearing right now is like we defer to Katie and the planning department and the planning commission with respect to considering applicant proposals. The one that's in front of us has issues that the board is taking issue with, it seems. And I don't think it would be the role of the board to like brainstorm parameters for what a potentially approvable application would look like right now, but that's something that it seems like, you know, would be done in connection with the planning department.
I would throw out a suggestion that the applicant potentially, and this is just a suggestion, that the applicant consider requiring or requesting a continuance to give them time to take into consideration what they heard and potentially make changes to the development plan, whether that's a reduced disturbance, reduced footprint, or mitigation measures, and return either to the planning commission again, or just straight to the board of trustees.
I also identify with the applicant's frustration and concern here, and I agree that I don't feel like we have fully wrapped our heads around all of the different aspects of this application. Just listening to the discussion, I think there's a lot going on, and it doesn't sound like we're all on the same page in terms of the facts.
Correct. I think you all need to get on the same page to understand that the road that has been approved is the only road that has been approved to bring 200 plus lots on Shrine Hill sewer. There is no other road that has been approved to do so. Wow. We have gone through years of work with the town to try to find other roads that could do so, and this is the only one. I mean, there's a lot more here to consider.
Yeah, I think too, what's making this difficult is that if we're relying on the Army Corps of Engineers to designate a certain terrain and help us analyze how affected a certain plot of land is by wetland, and then align that with individual property owner rights. You know, at this point, it was sort of like the information that we receive from the Army Corps of Engineers is it's non-jurisdictional, it's not a wetland. That's what's in our packets. And then, you know, what we hear in public comment or how we have experienced that part of the town, not via an official organization or governmental entity, is saying something different than the information that we technically are reviewing. And so I think I think what the town trustees are trying to do is make sure that we don't make a decision that's we'll never be able to go back and fix, and in a negative way that impacts the wetland area, the area that we're hearing from citizens about.
Right, Sally.
But the only information we have to go on is what's in front of us.
Well, Sally, they approved the road that basically decimates our property. We can't do anything with our property without the road going in. I think you guys need to be on the same page with what has been approved with the town for the road, because we built our house or our proposed home based off of what the road was going to do to our property. We gave up a certain percentage of our property for that road to go in. And I really don't think anybody's.
I'm not sure we knew about that.
No, I know.
Percentage
That's
of
why I'm
property
saying
being given up.
Right. I think that's why, we've spent 2 years on this, like making the road, making sure that the road went in, making sure that the road didn't come in from 10 other places. I think our property is going to be decimated because that road is going in regardless.
May I jump in really quick?
Sure.
Applicant Alex Gibson.
Hi.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for being on tonight. And I understand what you're saying. I think we all do. I don't believe that we're on a different page or a different chapter or what have you. Several minutes ago, you mentioned submitting another plan that would not disturb the wetlands. Is that correct? Did you say that?
Yes, actually,
Did I misinterpret that?
No, you didn't actually. We submitted about 4 other plans to Lisa Adair.
Well,
and some of them coming in off the Shrine Road.
I understand. And I'm thinking, if I'm not mistaken, the correct course of action, if we were to look at something different than what was submitted this evening, we'd have to deny this. And then you'd have to come back and reapply with a different line that would not disturb the wetland.
No, I'm saying that we had worked with Lisa Adair for the past 2 years.
I understand that.
And she had recommended that this was the only road that would be approved.
I understand that comment. And I understand where you're coming from. But going off the comment that you made a few minutes ago about a compromise essentially is what you were proposing, a different footprint, correct?
Oh,
I have to interrupt you real quick for a procedural matter.
We'd have to deny
One
this,
second, guys.
what I'm saying.
The code doesn't allow us to continue past 11 o'clock without a motion. Can I please request a quick motion to continue this meeting past 11 o'clock?
Motion to continue past 11.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
I mean, not really, but okay.
Okay, the goal is not to continue this meeting indefinitely, but I don't think we can stop a public hearing mid-course. So Jim, back to you.
Fine.
I think what Jim is saying, and I think the question for Alex and Mr. Gibson here is, Jim's point is that we could or would have to deny this. Are there options with the road where it is as approved? Are there options do you think there are options to build on your land that would be a compromise, that would promote something that would have less disturbance?
Oh, absolutely. I think we were just saying that the property is going to be leveled because of the road going in. They have to cut feet off the property, which will entail cutting willows, etc. That has already been approved. So our plans revolved around that. But yeah, of course, we would love to build like a 10-foot by 10-foot cabin on the property. Can we do that?
I wouldn't commit to that.
Why? Are you sure? Just like a one room with just like a stove?
Don't put that on record.
How much do you like each other? No.
I kind of like you. I like the room. I don't know. All we're saying is we have spent 2 years working with the town, trying to find the best road to get in to build these properties on the Shrine Hill, as well as ours. We compromised our property. We love Silverton more than you will ever know. If we could build a 10-foot by 10-foot shack or put, just what can we do? Our property is going to be compromised because of the road going in. What do we do with it?
I can say with decent certainty that we're not going to have a viable solution for you at this meeting.
Thanks, Sharon.
And which, is frustrating.
Yeah.
So what does the board want to do at this time? Do we want to continue? Do we want to table this for continued discussion? Does the applicant want to request a continuance? Does someone want to make a motion otherwise? But I think we need to decide what direction we're going.
If I'm not mistaken,
for the purpose of this meeting.
If I'm not mistaken, we'd have to vote on this regardless. This plan as submitted, correct?
Unless the applicant requests a continuation and provides a modification for you to review.
Is the applicant doing that?
I think we definitely want to have some guidelines from the city before we spend some money on new architectural plans.
Did everyone at home hear that? On Zoom? Because I didn't.
I'll say it again. We'd want to get some guidance from the city before we spend a lot of money on new architectural plans. So if we can get some guidance from the city on what that possible modification would be, then we'd be open to that.
So I'll just kind of clarify, and I know this is tough to hear, but it's the town and staff can't design for an applicant. It's out of their purview. So it's really take the applicant taking the comments they heard, understanding that it sounds like they may be proposing too much disturbance on the delineated wetland and coming back with a solution that proposes less disturbance or no disturbance on the wetlands is kind of a quick recap of what I would suggest. I know that's frustrating for the applicant to hear you can't have specific design guidelines or what exactly the board is looking for. But I think you've heard enough to, it comes across as far as they don't want as much disturbance of the wetland as being as proposed right now, if any disturbance of the wetland.
Yes, I completely agree. But is there a way to shelve this until the road goes in and we see what our property looks like?
So you can request a continuance to a date certain, but you want to have an estimated timeline of when you want to continue it to.
I guess it depends on when the road goes in. And we can't really build on the property until we see what happens with the road and what the road does to the property.
So with what's provided in front of us this evening, and the thought is that y'all might go back and make some changes here and there, we would have to vote to deny what is in front of us this evening, correct?
No, if they ask for a continuance. Yes, if they do not. We have to vote on this if no continuance is requested.
Sure.
Is that correct, Clayton? Or can we determine, can we decide to continue this as well?
I don't think you would be unilaterally deciding that. I do think you could table it for more information if you were to determine that you do not have something answered that gives you a reason to deny the application. It would, again, it would be up to the applicant to then determine what their course of action would be. But I think you could table the discussion to seek further information on a specific issue if you don't feel like it was answered enough. I don't think, Or you can, again, you can approve it, you could deny it. The applicant could ask for a continuance to modify, but if it's a modification, if it's a different building, then we're talking about a totally different application. So it doesn't, the process starts over anyway. I mean, I don't see this unless you are going to possibly approve this particular set of plans by getting more information, which I don't know what information you're still looking for. You'd have to, probably state that reason to table it, or this starts over if you deny it, or they start building if you approve it. I don't see a scenario where the applicant can change the building and come back for an approval because it will be a totally different application. I know that's not the greatest answer you wanted to hear, but that's, you're in a procedural conundrum where, this is the end of the road for the applicant unless they decide otherwise. If they want to change their application, it's a separate application.
Thank you.
Thanks, Clayton.
So it sounds like the board is either asking the applicant if they want a continuation, or we're obviously not making a motion to approve, so then a motion to deny. Or would the applicant like to request a continuation?
Well, I guess, if you're not gonna, I don't know, this is very difficult. We've spent 2 years on trying to make this project possible. We based it off of 120 pages of research in the Army Corps of Engineers saying that this land was buildable. So, and it's tricky. Of course,
Could I
we
just
want
get
the
some
original.
clarification on what a continuation is?
Clayton, the applicant had a question.
About the continuation.
Yeah, what does a continuation mean?
Well, you could ask to continue it to clarify something in your application, but from the discussion, it doesn't seem to me that you'd be submitting the same application. And so based on the notification requirements, you're basically starting over. And my point was that you asking for a continuance, yes, you could get a continuance to a date certain, but to what end? If the plans are modified to a point where it's such a large change that it's a different application. So my concern for you is I don't want to give unrealistic advice on the process and have you go through a change and then come back and not, and think you're going to start where you're at now, because it's not going to happen that way based on notification requirements and the requirements of, building applications. And so I'm just trying to be honest with you to kind of save you some time and money and resources, and possibly trying to change this without just, starting over, which if you were going to change your application, that would be what I would suggest to the board, because we'd have to renotice it anyway with the new plans.
Okay, so my request with a continuation would be to give us specific information about why this would not have been approved. And that would be more information that we would request, rather than just generally, this is wetlands and wetlands are bad or good or whatever the thought is there. But if we can get specific information about why this particular application breaches the guidelines.
Yeah, my concern would be that you would go and revise your plans and, design for something smaller or taller or whatever, and then return to the board and, have your whole plot of land still perceived or technically be wetlands, because we would still be looking at the same information from the Army Corps of Engineers that says it's non-jurisdictional.
Right.
Unless we potentially have our code updated in the next, unless the town beats you to a code update, then it's like a race to I guess, be a code update that would designate the whole hillside as wetlands, or I'm just not sure what kind of scientific information gets entered into this record that delineates properly for what you guys are going to need from wetland, yes, wetland, no. And I think it would be a colossal waste of everybody's time to go design something and then come back to us and have us, have us receive citizen input the day of the application gets heard, and we're in the same situation again. So I guess that's where I was headed with that question of like, what information do we get to use to determine wetland or no wetland? And at what point is it a wetland and when is it not? Like, is that a 6-inch buffer? Is that a 15-foot? I guess that's where I'm a little bit stuck on this.
Right. Well, I think we provided all that information.
Well, and I'm very sympathetic to the idea or to what's presented by the applicant, that they have over the last 2 years attempted to put together an application that, to their best understanding, follows the code and follows the processes that were set before them. I'm very sympathetic to that point.
Thank you. Right. I mean, we really tried to get all the correct information. We would have never built on this property if we were destroying wetlands. We spent 2 years trying to find the correct information. We did 120 pages of soil reports. All the information is there. I don't really know what other information we can provide.
The only open question for me at this point is more information about the road, which we don't have right now. That's something that would be relevant in my decision.
Well, then maybe we shelve this until the road situation gets, more understood, because again, what I was trying to say is that our property is basically leveled by the road going in, and that's something that we gave approval to for the process. So our property, I think you guys need to really understand that portion. I mean, it's already been approved, but I kind of feel like we're like the scapegoat here. I mean, we spent 2 years working on this, and we've given up a portion of our property for the project. And I don't know. It's everything we've done has been outlined in 120 pages of reporting. I don't really know what else we could do. I really don't know what you guys could do either to approve or disapprove the property either. It's all very legal. I don't know. But we're open to suggestions, I guess.
Well, board, we're gonna need to do something. We need to we need to go in some direction now and wrap up this public hearing.
Can't make suggestions.
Yes. Jim, were you just asking to make a suggestion?
Oh, no, I apologize. I was making a comment before you.
Oh, sorry.
Shane, with all due respect, I think that the road situation needs to be much more well understood by everybody on the board, and what that impacts on the properties that are impacted, including us. And there's many pages and studies that have been done.
Thank you. I appreciate the request, and since nobody else on the board's taking action, I'm going to ask that we table this so that we can find out that information and pick this up at another meeting.
Thank you.
Does that need to be done in a formal motion, Clayton? It's pretty atypical for the mayor to make a motion, but I make a motion to table this discussion for more information relating to the road and the impacts on the wetlands, as well as the information that's provided to the board in connection with that decision when we made it.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Trustee Davis.
Yes.
Trustee Kraniger.
Yeah. Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Bierman.
No.
Trustee George. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Mayor Furman.
Yes.
Motion to table discussion passes 6 yeses, 1 no.
Thank you very much. I believe we're all well beyond our capacity for this meeting. I do think we need to go to the consent agenda item. And then I also would like to ask Gloria if it's necessary that we have the budget public hearing tonight, or is that something we can postpone? And then I'd also request that we have a special meeting on Monday to continue this agenda
And thank you for.
rather than continuing tonight.
I would like that we vote on the consent agenda tonight so that we can get our accounts payable out on time. And then if we are all available next Monday to continue this meeting on the other agenda items, I would also request that as well.
Can make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Trustee Davis.
Yes.
Trustee Kraniger.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Bierman.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Mayor Furman.
Yes. All right. And is everyone available? Or thank you.
I'm not
do
sure
we have a
next Monday.
I don't think I am.
quorum
but
for
I don't
Monday?
know.
I am looking
Gloria,
right now.
We have 2 no's so far.
yeah, it sounds like we just need to do scheduling over email. Does that work for everyone and
Okay.
you, Gloria?
Yes, I can do that. And then as far as the
Okay.
budget hearing notice, no, this was done 2 weeks earlier than it usually is. So this will go in the paper though, and so people will be notified.
And
Got
the
it.
time for them to review it and provide input would still be to the 20th.
Yes. Yeah. So we will still have public comment for the budget on the 28th.
Okay, so we will continue this agenda at another meeting, at our next meeting, which date and time will be decided on shortly, the next day or so. The only other thing we need to do to round out this meeting tonight is to have a closing public comment. So do we have anyone in person or online that would like to make public comment?
1 second, Shane, and just how do we make sure we get the road information in our next packet? Like, who's
That's staff direction.
okay?
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Thank you, Gloria.
Been directed.
That is staff direction.
And I think if anyone has further like specific questions, please communicate that to staff so that all can be included at the next meeting. Do we have anyone in person still?
Yes.
Great.
I do,
Do we have any closing public comment?
yes.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Unfortunately, the board did approve a road a month ago that does cut up to 30 feet into the wetlands, which according to our doctors and our experts would still destroy the wetlands. I believe the town council made a mistake. It's probably best to review that. If you need help, please let us know. We will show up as we did tonight. So thank you.
Who is that public comment?
Oh, sorry. Andrew DeWitt.
Thank you.
Elizabeth here. I've got 2 comments. I believe it was stated at the planning commission meeting, or perhaps the meeting in which the road was approved here for the town council in September, when the road was approved, that I just know that Lisa Richardson, not to call you out, Lisa, stated that the construction of the road above the wetlands would kill the wetlands on the hill. No question. I know that this road was already approved. However, as far as I know, there are other solutions for the position of the road. It is just a more expensive solution. My other comment is that the presenting developers of the bigger development over by Silverton say that there is no plan for development thus far, but it does seem blatantly obvious to me that there would be a plan and that the current zoning didn't comply with that plan. They wouldn't be asking for specific rezoning if they did not have a plan, which is fine. And perhaps that is just a game of business to only reveal what you want to be known step by step, limit your resistance. However, I find it offensive and condescending to the intelligence of this community to state that there is no ideal plan for the proposed developers. I don't see a problem with rezoning to an R1. In fact, I personally appreciate that. I thank you for denying the change from a BA to a BP. My concern is, as Jim stated, what will be the first thing that you see as you come into Silverton? A suburb of same ticky-tacky houses, all the same but different colors, cheap as possible to build but out of reach for the working class family? I truly hope not. However, almost more importantly, I do hope and pray and request that as this suburb development continues, that there is a conscientious and legitimate discussion about the difference between affordable housing and accessible housing, because they are two very different things. In this housing, is this housing for the people that live here and want to continue living here, or is it to sell homes to people that can afford $500,000+ homes? Thank you.
Ian Tanner, private property was discussed a couple times tonight. 110% was thrown out, not a real number. That's a philosophy. And I wholeheartedly disagree with it because we are a member of an ecosystem. And just because we can buy a surface of a land that isn't ours, doesn't mean we can do whatever we want to it. And I understand that it's an idea and our country is built on certain things that we need to rework in our heads sometimes. And philosophies change. They should change as we grow old and learn new things. And I don't think that that should be something that's set in stone. We shouldn't be able to just do whatever we want on our private property because there are other living beings that matter just as much as we do, if not more, depending on the situation. So we shouldn't be able to do whatever we want, whenever we want, because what we want isn't always the most important thing. So while building this and re-engaging with our wetlands legally, I think that needs to be remembered because we don't own everything. Thank you.
Any other in-person public comment?
Doesn't look like it.
All right, anyone on Zoom, please click raise hand if you have a public comment. Seeing none, we close public comment. It is way too late. It's 11:24 p.m. and I adjourn this meeting. Thank you all very much. Good night.
Hanging in there, yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
I can't.
Thank you, Katie.
I know.